I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. My heart on my sleeve, stress, shield my greed. That's how I get it, success ain't no giving. Some days I don't eat, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. They don't want it when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know this because I've been in it. I don't need to brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. But some family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem. I ain't perfect, let them watch me elevating. Got them nauseous cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the house and whoo. Watch how I get ahead, watch how I get ahead, watch how I get ahead. Watch how I set it up, bet you I shut it down, watch how I get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner, got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare to my line, but the winner about the cage. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah.
Second round and I am first. It's amazing. I am feeling it's very amazing.
أشكر الجمعية العمانية على البطولة هاي الرائعة اللي بيعملوها بالشرق الأوسط وبيعطونا الفرصة لنقدر ننافس مع أبطال العالم وأبطال الشرق الأوسط. استنونا بالجولة الثالثة وإن شاء الله نجيب المركز الأول.
Round 3, see you soon.
Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy, on the road, here we go, yeah we winning by a landslide. Never see me coming on my landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command like. Yeah, you about to see me on demand like. You know I'm the man. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a string, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream that we're coming for the bag. Yeah, and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the third and final round of the 2022 Oman International Drift Championship. My name is Ian Waddington, and as you can see, the sun is still beating down on the track. And if you think it's hot outside, it's going to be hot on track tonight. And with my fellow commentator, Habibi, he's going to be bringing you all the action in Arabic.
مرحبا بكل السادة الحضور المتواجدين هنا في حلبة مسقط أرينا للجمعية العمانية للسيارات والجولة الختامية من بطولة عمان الدولية للانجراف. معكم حبيب الزواوي، راح أكون معكم بالتعليق على قناة الفيسبوك الخاصة بالجمعية العمانية للسيارات مع زميلي إيان.
So last night, if you didn't tune in, you missed out on a hot and heavy qualifying session, and you wouldn't have known that Omani national Haytham Al-Hadidi once again took first place in qualifying in that incredible Red Bull S15. Can that car hold on? We're about to find out. In second place, it was the UK's very own Steve Bagsy Biagioni. He's fighting for that championship. Benedictus Scherber couldn't get the job done. And in third place, it was a Dutch driver, Sebastian Fontaine.
مثل ما تابعنا يا السادة الحضور، طبعا 3 جولات تابعنا منها جولتين، إذا ثلثين من البطولة انتهى اليوم الثلث الأخير من هذه البطولة. متابعين تخلطت الأسماء، صارت في تنافس بين كل المتسابقين، ولكن تبقى أسماء موجودة مثل هيثم الحديدي، باجزي، شيربا، وهذه اليوم راح يكون حسم البطولة اللي راح نتعرف فيه على بطل النسخة الرابعة من هذه البطولة.
Well, there we go. You can see the top 32 battles on your screen. But let's take a look at the track. What did our judges look for last night in qualifying? We have a digital version, that perfect qualifying run. And we're going to play it for you guys at home and for you guys here in the grandstands to take a look at on the big screens.
نتابع أيها السادة الآن طبعا منظر عام لهذه الحلبة اللي تم تصميمها، كل مرحلة بعد مرحلة تزداد صعوبة الحلبة، وفي النقاط الفنية اللي طبعا راح يتحكم فيها الحكام هناك بقيادة كيرين هاينز وكل الحكام. بالتالي هذا منظر للحلبة والمسار اللي طبعا راح يسلكوه المتسابقين اليوم.
So it was the first corner as it was for round 2, that fast, snappy initiation all the way round full throttle against the wall. But then we switched it up, we changed the direction across the centre of the circuit. A tricky transition puts the guys against the wall once again before they have to pick up 2 front clipping points this time. They transition once again up onto this wall, up onto our left-hand side before they finish across the line. It's going to be hot and heavy.
الفعل اليوم راح تكون المسار بالفعل في شغل تكتيك كثير من المسابقين، مطلوب منهم طبعا الانطلاق بسرعه الى اول هناك، طبعا تغيير الاتجاه راح يكون قريب من الجدار لهناك، وبعدين اليوم شويه بريك مع لمسه هاند بريك وتغيير الاتجاه. بالتالي اليوم فعلا المسار مثل ما جبنا من التصفيات صعب كثير لكل المتسابقين، وبالتالي الحرفيه والمهاره راح تظهر اليوم في هذه الجوله تحديدا.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, from me and Habib, we're almost ready to go to our positions and watch some top 32 action. But before I go, I'd just like to say a massive thank you to the OAA for having me back once again to enjoy the sun and enjoy your beautiful country and enjoy the drifting that we have here. It's been once again amazing, and I'm going to miss it when I go home. But right about now, we are ready to kick off our top 32 action here in Oman. This is it, the final round. Who will be our 2022 champion?
Let's keep waiting. Thank you for doing a great job here. شكرا لكل المتابعين. الآن طبعا أنا مع زميلي راح ننتقل إن شاء الله هناك، راح يكون هو على قناة اليوتيوب وأنا راح أكون على قناة الفيسبوك. كلنا حماس ومتحمسين لمعرفة بطل النسخة الرابعة طبعا من بطولة عمان الدولية للانجراف. نشوفكم بعد شوي إن شاء الله مع النقل المباشر.
success ain't no giving. Some days I don't eat, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. They don't want it when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know that's because I've been in it. I don't need to brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. But some family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem, man. Perfect, let them watch me elevating. Got them nauseous, cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the house and woo. Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Woo. Watch out, set it up. Bet you I shut it down. Watch out, get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner. Got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare. I'm aligned with the winner about the cage. I need all the wins. Yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits. Yeah.
Second round and I am first. It's amazing. I am feeling it's very amazing.
بشكر الجمعية العمانية على البطولة هاي الرائعة اللي بيعملوها بالشرق الأوسط وبيعطونا الفرصة لننافس مع أبطال العالم وأبطال الشرق الأوسط. استنونا بالجولة الثالثة وإن شاء الله نجيب المركز الأول.
Round 3, see you soon.
Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy, on a roll, here we go, yeah we winning by a landslide. For the bag, yeah, and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to
Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and here we go. Haytham Al-Hadidi, your first place qualifier, leads out Hamza Namet in that Virus E46 BMW. You can see Hadidi straight away, hot out the gate, no messing around. Gets himself transitioned perfectly through the centre of the circuit. Big front foot brake lock up though as he comes down into the outside zone. Oh wow, and a shortcut across the circuit for Namet as he now tries to get himself back into it. That throws Hadidi off. He doesn't get into the outside zone but does finish up the run. So here we go. Got caught out ever so slightly there. Napping myself As we see Haytham there, almost fell out of the outside zone. Gets it nicely done though, across. And then back onto the transition. Trying to multitask here, ladies and gentlemen, so bear with me for a couple of moments while I get myself settled and sorted, ready for top 32 action. As you can see, that big mistake there from Nameh in the chase position completely threw him off, threw Hadidi off ever so slightly there as well. Couldn't get himself into the outside zone, and across the line he goes. So we swap them around. Back on the start line they go. And it will be Hamza Namneh to lead out Haytham Al-Hadidi. So for this evening, ladies and gentlemen, I have got an unprecedented listen into the judges' headsets, who are above me in the tower now, so I can listen into their conversation. So when there is, you know, some strange calls, or maybe even a call that I may be getting wrong, because I get them wrong quite often, I can slip my headset on and have a quick listen and relay that information back to you. Our three judges, of course, our head judge Kieran Hines, Wada Ukba, and Vernon Svanefeld. Here we go. Light goes green. Hamza leads them out in that Virus E46 BMW, who is so happy to get himself qualified in top 32 action, carrying a lot of speed, but struggles to maintain the rear wheel in that outside zone. Oh, and a big mistake from Hadidi, though. And a massive mistake from Haytham Al-Hadidi in the background. Oh, and another prolonged amount of straightening. Big understeer again. Oh, Hadidi on the ropes already. Could this be the story of his championship here? Oh, wheels on the inside of the circuit. Hadidi, there is no reason he can chase down Namneh, and he just doesn't choose to. I think that was driver error. I'm going to say that comes down to him gripping the car up. I'm going to have a listen. So yeah, judges now deliberating over the understeer and the straightenings, talking about it. And I'm pretty sure this one's going to be clear cut. I think Haytham Al-Hadidi here has taken himself clean out of competition, because Hamza, although slow, was a chaseable lead line, which is what we look for. He was 32nd place qualifier. And I think we're going to have a little bit of an upset here, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're going to see something that we didn't think we was going to see. And there we go. Haytham Al-Hadidi taken out of competition in top 32. Well, well, well. So Hamza Namneh does get the win and advances through into the top 16. And I see him this morning at breakfast at the hotel, and he said the dream would be top 16 in the parade. And you can see Haytham out of the car. I'm not sure what is going on. So here we go. We go back to look at the start line for our next battle, which will be Ali Maxied to take on Riyad Al-Mubsali. And if you remember last time these two guys went head-to-head in competition, Mubsali got himself out there, was not messing around, trying to take down Maxied. Maxied, though, doing a good job so far this season, getting himself into the top 4 at both the last events. So, as you can see, Haytham Al-Hadidi, once again, car problems, taking him out of competition. And will this young Omani get a break? And there we go back to the start line graphic. It will be run 1 of our top 32 battle, the second battle of top 32. If you've only just joined us, welcome along to the final round of the Oman International Drift Championship here at Muscat. And you're about to witness Ali Maxied to take on Riyad Al-Mubsali. And a very, very upset Haytham Al-Hadidi there in the Red Bull S15. He is the car park drift champion. He was our 2-round highest qualifier, but right about now he is the first man to go out in top 16 competition. So could today be the day where big names get taken down? Could today be the day where car mechanical issues create the history, create the fate of the championship? Well, as the bumper gets kind of destroyed a little bit there, and Hadidi gets removed from the circuit. Oh! Ali Maxied almost taking out a member of the media team there, unfortunately. And there we go. Ali Maxied just getting a little bit excited there to do a burnout. Here we go, red lights on. So once the amber light comes on, the chase car can start to creep away. Will Riyad take that opportunity? He doesn't. Goes on the green light. Through down the gears they go. Ali Maxied to lead out Riyad Al-Mubsali. Nice initiation. Oh, Mubsali drops wheels. Looking like he had all of that nice proximity coming up. Now shortcuts the circuit. Drops down the inside. Maxied doing a nice job. Did he get a little tap there from Mubsali on the inside as Mubsali drops wheels, takes out that front clipping point. Starting to fall apart now as Riyad Al-Mubsali as he goes against a heavy hitter in Ali Maxied. Good transition back as Maxied sticks to that qualifying line. Mubsali does everything he can to try and regain some lost ground, but he just cannot get there. So there we go, you can see what is going on in the background, and Ali Maxied kind of led Riyad Al-Mubsali off on that first corner. And the chase car can put wheels on the inside of the circuit, but they do have to have an amount of proximity. They do have to be within a metre or so of that lead car. They can't be putting wheels off the inside of the edge of the circuit and taking cones down if they are a few car lengths behind. So we go back to the start line where we do see Ali Maxied. No Mubsali at the moment. Now, drivers were told in the driver briefing that they would have to go back to the start line to call a 5-minute rule. If they left the arena to the now left-hand side of your screen, sorry, there is a small exit there on the bottom corner of the screen. The top corner of the screen. If they left the track there, they would automatically call a 5-minute rule. So I'm not sure if there's an issue with Mubsali's car. And it looks like he has now arrived at the start line, ready for the second run of top 32 competition as the lights are on. And the sun still shines and the heat still beats down on the circuit. Amber light, green light, go. Maxied chasing down Riyad Al-Mubsali, disposed of both the front bumpers. Well, a nice initiation from Mubsali. Starts to pull some ground. Oh, but he's leading Maxied off the edge of the circuit. Has to hold on to it for a second, regain some of that lost tarmac does Mubsali as he thinks about the situation. Nice front clipping point dialed in though, shallow angle, but he just cannot get to that outside zone. Mubsali gets himself into it. Maxied hot on the back bumper, but keeping just far enough away from Mubsali that he doesn't create a situation he doesn't want to be a part of. Across the line they go, Mubsali. So just take a look back here and you can see Mubsali super wide. That front wheel on the white line where the rear wheel should be. Gets the bumper on the wall though. Nice job there on that. But look at the transition. Leaves it a little bit too late. He has to, as you can see, the waver in the car as he thinks about it. And that sets him up for not a nice line as he comes down to the wall. But two very friendly guys. There we go. The winner, Ali Maxied, gets the win. Maxied gets the win. So Ali Maxied gets the win and advances forward in competition. Well, we're going to move things on once again here in Oman. And we do see Tariq Al-Shahani on the line. LSX Gen V throttle bodies. V8 Chevrolet 7.2 litre in the underneath the bonnet of that carbon fibre and orange Nissan 200SX S13. But do we see Ali Al-Balushi, his competitor, pull up to the line? So yeah, we can see some tyre smoke in the background there. That will be Ali Al-Balushi warming up the tyres on the back of another V8 S13. And Balushi, known to the locals as Lalu. Well, here we go. Both guys pull up to the box. Two similar machines. Two very different driving styles. Tariq Al-Shahani, focused, hungry, gets himself way up in the points in the championship. Here we go, light goes green. Shahani through that chicane, flicks the car wheel over the edge of the track already. Lalu goes for the back bumper. Nice initiation from Tariq Al-Shahani. Starts to put some ground between himself and Lalu. Lalu shallows up the angle, drops down on the inside edge of the circuit, looks for the door, the carbon fibre door of that orange S13, but now Lalu makes a mistake and he can't hang with Shahani as Shahani puts a foot to the floor once again. Now looks forward up for that front clipping point. Tariq Al-Shahani has an incredible lead line, starts to fulfill all of the driver goals that the judges were looking for in the briefing just an hour ago as Balushi brings it across the line. So here we go, looking back. Let's take a look where it all went wrong. Balushi not really doing a whole lot wrong. Kind of makes some weird dives. Dives on the transitions, trying to look for the door. Doesn't set himself up. You can see way down off that qualifying line. He doesn't have the proximity, matches the angle. But Lalu just struggling to fulfill what the judges would call the chase driver goals. So here we go, Lalu pulls to the line, Ali Al-Balushi to take on Tariq Al-Shahani. And Shahani looking focused as ever. Here we go, light goes green. Now will Balushi feel a little bit more comfortable in that lead position? Certainly looks it as he comes hot up into the outside zone, and he does get a very nice line in that first outside zone, but here comes Tariq Al-Shahani, matches the angle, gets the proximity. Look at this, he's going to almost cut himself up on the transition. Wow, Tariq Al-Shahani on the inside, closer on that inside clip than what Lalu was. Oh, and contact. Can he stay in it? They both can. Very nice. Very nicely done from both drivers as now Tariq Al-Shahani goes for the door once again. Shallows up, looks for the side of Lalu's S13. And across the line they go. Well, we'll be very interested to see what the judges say about that. And yeah, judges will be just slowing down ever so slightly on the replays, looking for mistakes, looking for anything they can spot between runs and runs. Nice contact to the side there, and they will be looking to see if the lead car slowed up or if he was on the wrong line. That is what they'll be looking for, and I won't be surprised if Tariq gets the win in this instance. The side of that car looking battered and bruised already. It's only top 32 action. But Tariq potentially going to take the win for this one. In my honest opinion, obviously everyone has their own opinions, but that's where I'm sitting with it. And Judge is going to take a look back again at the replay. So let's take a look at what they're trying to find out. So it looks all good so far from where they are. And they're trying to look at the chase line, the lead line, sorry, from Lalo. Did he slow down? That's what they're going to be looking at. Tarek did finish up the run side by side with him, very odd position, but we will find out. Things are getting interesting already. Al-Hadidi taken out of competition.
Where's the deceleration zone?
The pardon?
Deceleration zone.
So the decel zone is at the beginning of the wall before you get to that outside zone. So you are allowed to slow. Now, I'm just talking to my Ukrainian counterpart commentator who's doing the YouTube. When Balushi gets the win. So Balushi gets the win. So judges not seeing him at fault. And the judges did say in the driver's briefing that they expected drivers to be off throttle from the outside zone on the wall after the first front clipping point to almost the second front clipping point. They expected a slight throttle modulation as they work their way around and transition from the outside of the circuit to the inside. Anyway, we move things along. Very interesting. So here we go, off the line. Martin Richards to take on Hussein Musclemani right now. Richards to lead the higher qualifier. Musclemani gets himself into the outside zone. Starts to wander out a little bit, shallows up the angle, trying to keep proximity with Richards. Now shortcuts the circuit, does Hussein Musclemani. As he goes for the dive down, Richards collects that front clipping point perfectly, gets into the outside zone. As Richards now keeping clear of Hussein Musclemani. Musclemani saying he's got all the equipment, he just needs some driver training, and Hussein Musclemani makes a huge mistake and dives straight across the track. Such a shame for Musclemani. Wasn't doing too bad of a job there. Yeah, he didn't have all of the proximity in the world, but nevertheless, the same Musclemani was holding his own against one of Europe's toughest contenders, Martin Richards, in that Driftworks Nissan Skyline R32. And look at this, Musclemani just transitions completely at the wrong time. And you can see he's committed at this point. He knows he's made a mistake. Has to stay in it. And finishes up the run. And Hussein Musclemani will be kicking himself in the car, knowing he made such a big mistake. So as you can see, stacked grid down the back end of the circuit. And now we await for the second run of the battle. Richards now in the chase position. Hussein Musclemani, representing Lebanon, sits in the lead position. Now, Richards can't play it too safe. He's going to have to still gauge some amount of proximity with Musclemani. Musclemani been laying down some nice practice runs today, but will he feel the pressure of the UK's very own Martin Richards breathing down his neck? And he certainly starts to feel the heat as Richards pours it on in bucket loads. Musclemani wavers through that front clipping point. You can see Richards holding back, allowing him to do his thing. And now Richards once again tucks up on the inside, allows Musclemani to get himself where he needs to be, waits for the transition. Richards parks the Skyline onto the side of the E46 BMW, and across the line they go. So there we go, nice run. You can see Richards on the foot brake as he dropped that car into position on the chase. Musclemani did everything he could in his power to try and keep a hold of anything left, but with such a huge mistake in the first half of the battle. Musclemani will struggle to overturn that one. And there we go. The run finishes up with Martin Richards on the door. So we await the decision to drop in before we move it along to our next battle. I'm pretty sure you guys at home know exactly what that decision will be. And there we go, Martin Richards gets the win, advances through into the top 16. And we go back to the line, no messing around. This top 32 coming thick and fast. Al-Daham, your 4th place qualifier to lead out. Al-Balushi, the Omani national, to take on the Jordanian. And Al-Daham been looking absolutely incredible today so far in practice. Took 2nd place at round 2. Can he do anything here at round 3? And unfortunately the pace just too much for Balushi in that red Ford Mustang as he tries to join back in on the party, but unfortunately that was a massive understeer on initiation and falls straight off the track. But there we go, we take a look back at the replay as you see those guys finish up that run. Daham has been noticeably fast, noticeably grippy as he flicks in that Red Bull S14. And that car's so gripped up, so well dialed in. Just look at the rest of the run for Daham. 4th place qualifier, and no doubt you guys know why. But unfortunately for Balushi, no such luck. No messing around, straight back off. Balushi goes for it now, this time on initiation. Oh, drops way down on the inside. It's going to start making it difficult now for Al-Daham to chase down, as Daham does everything he can in his power to stay with that Ford Mustang 5-litre V8 underneath the bonnet. 2JZ underneath the bonnet of Daham's S14. Starts to get hairy down the back end as Daham's car gripped up, ready for action. Didn't like that shallow angle. Daham now jumps up onto the side and across the line they go. So, look back at the replay, but there's not a lot that Balushi could do. And there we go, the winner is in. Al-Daham gets the win, advances through into the top 16. We move it along once again. Is Sabasa Takizawa, sorry. My spelling is terrible today. So, Takizawa, Formula Drift Japan driver. Takizawa gets himself onto the line in the Stars Channel Mark II. Toyota 2JZ Quaife sequential gearbox. And we await for his competitor to turn up to the start line. As we see the car park now starting to feel light. Sun will go down in roughly an hour's time. And we will be in full darkness for the top 16 parade and top 16 competition later on tonight. So there we go. You can see the circuit looking glorious as always here in Oman. So here we go. Bullseye. Mohamed Bullseye to take on Takizawa. Malaysia versus Japan on the line. And Takizawa said feels a little bit more confident in the twin battles rather than the qualifying runs. Not something they do too much in Japan apart from the Formula Drift series. Here we go. Nice initiation, goes wide, starts to draw a wheel, and he's going to lead Bullseye off. Judges be looking at that one as they come down towards the wall. Takizawa goes for the back bumper on the wall as Bullseye looks for the transition back. Parked that car into the wall earlier on today in practice, and now Bullseye looking a little tentative as he chases down the back end of that Mark II. A transition back across the track. Moments of glory here for Bullseye as he makes big dives up onto the side of the Japanese driver's car, and across the line they go. So here we go, looking back at the replay. You can see Bullseye going for a big dive there, and then all of a sudden backs out of it and then holds on, gives him some room to manoeuvre, when really we'd like to see Bullseye make that dive, gain that proximity and stay on the door. And Bullseye gaining some confidence, looking stronger and stronger every single event. What has Takizawa got though in the chase run? So both guys down the back end of the circuit, I do believe probably cooling their cars down. As I mentioned, very, very hot on circuit today. Temperatures were through the roof. And even now the sun starts to go down. The cars are still very, very warm. So just taking a few moments to cool the cars down with some water spray onto the intercoolers and radiators. And here we go, we swap them around. It will be Takizawa to chase down Bullseye. Yeah, look at this. Takizawa takes a chance to start the jump from that start line. He's rightly to do that in the chase position. Or Bullseye keeps it tentative, but then works his way that back end into the outside zone, gets himself into the zone, not as deep as we'd like to see, but Takizawa now starts to fall behind. He starts to lose that proximity. This one a tit-for-tat battle at the moment. Bullseye down into that rear clipping point as he likes to pick up the front, certainly does. And Takizawa just not got the proximity. Two different battles as Takizawa stays in it. Bullseye takes him across the line. Very, very, very big separation. So this will be judged on a lead-to-lead, chase-to-chase basis. Bullseye, an incredibly good lead line, as you can see. Did everything the judges were looking for. No big moments of slowing. Fulfilled all the lead driver goals. And here we go, they pull up to receive the decision. Who will take it through to the top 16? And there we go, Bullseye. Bullseye gets the win, and the happiest man alive right now. Bullseye gets the win and advances through to top 16. We are quickly getting through competition here at the OIDC round 3 2022. And we go back to the start line. It will be Ahmed Al-Ameri to take on Nicholas Solomon now. A lot of drivers saying this one will be a fun and a tough battle between these two guys. Ahmed Al-Ameri representing Oman, Nicholas Solomon representing the USA. E92 BMW Turbo V8 underneath the skin of that E92 BMW. A turbo V8 underneath the bonnet of the S13 of Al-Ameri. Al-Ameri's in the points at the moment. He's looking strong. He's looking hungry. Look at this nice line for Al-Ameri. Gets himself wide on the outside zone. Stays committed. He's going to get very close to the wall as Solomon gets even closer in that chase position. Now Solomon falls back. Al-Ameri transitions, looks for the wall, and Solomon doesn't look to have the grip as Al-Ameri fires through the circuit with some serious pace. Transitions almost on full throttle. You can hear him just backing out as he now stands on the accelerator and takes the car to the wall. Al-Ameri on fire right now. There we go, taking a look back at the replay. I'm just sitting back and enjoying this as a drift fan, just like you are at home. And Ahmed Al-Ameri doing nothing wrong in my eyes. What an incredible lead. Okay, a little bit wide in some areas. We're splitting hairs. The way he put the back end of that car to that wall on that finish line was incredible. And you can see, you guys voting on YouTube on the votes. Nicholas Solomon, 52%. Ahmed Al-Ameri, 47% of the votes. This one going to be a close one, tough one for the judges. Ameri, if he gains that proximity that Solomon didn't have, this is going to come down to just one run. If Ahmed Al-Ameri can keep that proximity on Nicholas Solomon, we could see him in the top 16. Oh, here we go. Run 2, top 32. And you can see Al-Ameri backing off the throttle, trying to get himself perfectly timed. Looks for the nice initiation. Oh, Solomon straightens up. You can see them front wheels as the car, four wheel slide in, and Solomon once again does the same thing as Al-Ameri holds on, wonders what's going on in front. Oh, and Al-Ameri puts in an almost over rotation. So here we go. This one going to be a tough decision. Oh, and now Solomon goes four wheels off track. Al-Ameri finishes up the run. Where do you even start with this? Well, let's take a look back at the replay. Try and work out where it all went wrong. Al-Ameri did a very nice job of waiting for that initiation, timed it. Look at that though, mistake from Solomon and another mistake there. Then what happened here? Nothing, it was just a transition from Al-Ameri. Just wasn't stalled up by Nicholas Solomon. Nicholas Solomon did it in his own way, in his own style. But then he goes four wheels off track here. Judges want to see more replays. What do you guys think? See a bit of rubber stuck to the lens of the camera down the back end of the circuit. I don't think Solomon braked there. I think that's what the judges are trying to see. If Nicholas Solomon braked on that transition. And it doesn't look like he did. Doesn't look like Solomon braked. I wonder if Nicholas Solomon was just handed a little bit of a gift there against Ahmed Al-Ameri. Well, we'll wait for the decision to drop in. Judges deliberating this one for a long while. I was tempted to put the headset on, listen to what they're saying.
So I do believe that judges are looking at this understeer moment from Nicholas Solomon. So yeah, judges are deliberating whether the initiation from Solomon, where he was straight, barely on throttle, was the upset for Mohammed Al-Ameri. Ahmed Al-Ameri. Look, watch this from Solomon. I don't really notice it until you hear another pair of lips mention it to you, but hardly any tyre smoke from Solomon. And then all of a sudden, bam, tyre smoke. He waits a very long time to get on throttle. And I do believe that the poor chase from Solomon as well could be the end of his weekend. I know a lot of you guys are saying one more time. Here we go, another angle of the... Yeah, it was crazy straighten. So Ahmed Al-Ameri gets the win. Yes, Solomon out, and I do believe it was for that mistake. Well, here we go. A big one. Benedictus Scherber to take on Al-Aziz. Salim Saraf representing Kuwait to take on Benedictus Scherber of Lithuania. Scherber needs this. Scherber needs this win. He needs to get himself in to the top 16, and ideally he needs to get himself into the Great 8. What can Salim Saraf do? They come through the gears, big flick across the track. Saraf on the back bumper, dials it in. Oh, Saraf, no messing around. Wavers ever so slightly, then gains the proximity onto the door. Goes Saraf. Can Saraf be the force that takes down Benedictus Scherber? Is he even going to give him room to manoeuvre? Whoa! And he punts him. He gives him a nudge. Did Scherber slow on the transition as he now gets himself into the outside zone? Scherber works his way back into the mode as Saraf comes firing through the smoke. On the throttle he goes, onto the door goes Salim Saraf as Saraf forces Scherber across the line. Wow. Look at this for Salim Saraf. Gets himself settled and then boom, he is glued to the door of Benedictus Scherber's E36 BMW, and they are inches from that wall. And look at this on the transition. Oh, Scherber was off throttle. So Scherber was off throttle, and that is a full throttle zone on that transition. So judges may just mark Benedictus Scherber down. Now, Benedictus Scherber has to repay the favour in the biggest of ways. He cannot allow Salim Saraf to even breathe an inch away from him. Wow. So there we go. There is a slight pause, and I'm guessing our judges are deliberating this one. Benedictus Scherber for sure was off throttle. He did take a moment on that transition, and that one's going to be a big deliberation for our judges after this second half of this run. See how this one plays out. It is, of course, Salim Al-Saraf to lead out Benedictus Scherber. And Benedictus Scherber sits on the line and says, well, the question has been asked. If I want to be the best of the best, if I want to be the Oman International Drift Champion, I'm going to have to take down a young man that is willing to do everything to become the champion. So judges are deliberating this. Yeah, look at this. So judges going to take a look back at the replay. The comments are going mad on YouTube. What are you guys saying? I'm putting my point of view across. That is my benefit as a commentator. I can give you what I think is the situation, and my eyes have seen a lot of drifting in the last 15 years. I'm going to say Benedictus Scherber was off throttle. And the Lithuanian driver, there's no D-cell. There's no D-cell in that point. There is only one D-cell zone. It should be full throttle for the rest of the track. And yes, don't get me wrong, I do understand a lot of guys will left foot brake and they will hand brake in certain places, but was he off throttle? Did he know that Salim Al-Saraf was there? Did he know that he was going to check up Saraf and that would be the contact? Or did Saraf make the contact before? I think Saraf was just clear. Oh, I don't know. A lot of people saying he's off throttle. A lot of people agreeing. Well, here we go. We swap him around. It is Scherber to chase down Salim Al-Saraf. This is a big one for Scherber. He needs the win. He goes for a wild initiation as Saraf gets deep, starts to drop wheels off the edge of the circuit, picks it back up again though as he fires smoke in the face of the Lithuanian. They come dangerously close to the wall and Scherber gets lost in the smoke on transition. Saraf is a man possessed right now. Salim Saraf is a wild man and he's hungry for it as he collects that front clipping point. Benedictus Scherber doesn't have the proximity. He needs to dial in the door. He drops wheels as Scherber hunts for the side of Saraf's 350Z. And what a wild ride that was. So here we go. Let's take a look back at this. Incredible lead line for Salim Al-Saraf. What this guy has achieved in the last 4 years of me attending this championship, I'm nothing short than incredible. He has become an incredible lead and chase driver. Now, it all comes down to the judges. Saraf doing everything he could. A lot of people saying one more time. A lot of people saying Scherber. A lot of people saying Salim Saraf. This one's going to upset a lot of people either way. Here we go. One more time. Wow. One more time. These guys are going to have to go at it again. We're going to move it through to the next battle of the day. Wow. So there we go. A one more time battle. And a lot of people, the comment section going mad. We move it back to the start line. It is, of course, the UK's very own Steve Bagsy Biagioni to take on Samir Sabet. And another big battle. Bagsy needs to make his way into the top 16. He just sees Scherber on the ropes. And Samir Sabet needs to do everything he can. Can he take down Bagsy? Oh, and an early initiation from Samir. Now finds himself way on the inside of the circuit. He's wavering. Bagsy stays in the zone, keeps to doing what he does best, and you can see Samir Sabet struggling after that failed initiation. Bagsy transitions back. A little wobble from Bagsy as he makes his way down onto the wall. Sabir gets himself into it now, up on the inside, tries to gain some proximity back, but this one already swinging in the way of Bagsy. That Monster Energy ST suspension PS13 across the line as Samir goes for the door with the back end of the car. There we go. Yeah, you see that mistake on initiation, catching Samir out massively. And then from then on out, just struggled to keep himself in the mix. And unfortunately, it was just a whole host of mistakes, one after the other there for Samir. There we go. You can see him finishing up the run. A little wobble again from Samir as he puts the back end of the BMW to the door of Bagsy's car. And Bagsy's car not on the line just of yet. Gone down to get some cooling from the team at the burnout box. And it will be Samir Sabet to lead out Bagsy. This is once again a spot in the top 16, and Bagsy will strengthen his championship hunt right now if he gets himself in that top 16, because as of yet, Benedictus Scherber hasn't made it into top 16. There we go, off the line. Samir Sabbat, big wild initiation and probably more his style, and now he's been getting into it. Bagsy gives him the room to manoeuvre as Sabir falls out of the outside zone, stays full throttle as Bagsy looks for the door of that E36 BMW. 2V8 screaming on circuit as Sabir goes for a wild transition, puts himself in the wrong place. Bagsy, the seasoned pro though, keeps his head cool and chases him down as Sabir now starts to panic and throws that E36 BMW all over the show. As Sabir falls out of the outside zone and across the line go Bagsy and Sabir. So we look at the replay, and Bagsy's GTR is an LSX 454 turbo. So sorry, just talking to my Ukrainian counterpart in the corner there, asking about Bagsy's GTR, funny enough. So there we go, Bagsy and Sabir just having a chat, having some friendly banter across the car, and there we go. Bagsy gets the win, strengthens the championship, moves in to the top 16, and things are starting to get hot in Oman. Well, where are we going to go now? Do we move it through to another battle? I do see Benedictus Scherber still in the paddock. Yeah, we move it along. It will be Nasser Al-Harbali take on Mezzier. So Mezzier in the carbon 370Z. Al-Harbali in the lead car. Here we go. Harbali to lead them out as Mezzier chases down that carbon 370Z. As what can he do? As Harbali looks strong, just doesn't get as deep into the outside zone as what we'd like to see. Harbali goes for the transition across the track. He's going to sacrifice that front clipping point. Now he starts to make a mess of this lead line as Mezzier tries to get back on the back end of that 350Z, and he can't find it. No proximity as Harbali gets himself into that final outside zone and across the line. So there we go, look back at the replay of this one as we see our Harbali just gets it wrong there, ever so slightly, misses that front clipping point, gets the rear one, picks up this front clipping point and gets himself deep in the outside zone. Mezzier struggling to get on to the back end of that 350Z. So we swap them around and go back at it again. And it will be Mezzier to lead our Harbali from El Salvador. Q8 to lead our El Salvador for a spot in the top 16. And Harbali looking very, very strong. This young man getting some serious seat time. There we go, light goes green. Both guys come off the start line. As I said, Harbali to chase down Mezzier. Mezzier fires in that carbon 350Z. He goes three wheels off circuit though, and you could see Harbali waiting, holding on to see what Mezzier did. He knew there was going to be an error. He just waited to see where it would sneak up and what it would be. As now that cone gets dispatched to the outside edge of the circuit. Very scrappy lead at the moment, not giving a very nice chase run. As both guys get into the outside zone and across the line goes Harbali and Mezzier. So yeah, look at that, three wheels off. You could see how Harbali waited, just held on, kind of played with the throttle a little bit, picked it up, put it back down again, just to get that car balanced, and waited for Mezzier to get himself back on track, and then Al-Harbali does everything he can. Not the cleanest of lead line from Mezzier. Even when he does manage to get himself in to this outside zone, sets it up. You can see Al-Harbali matches the angle, gets the proximity and across the line. So we wait for the decision to drop in. And there we go. Nasser Al-Harbali gets the win. Harbali gets the win. And he will be a very happy young man as he makes his way off of the circuit. We go back to the start line. It will be a very, very important one for this young man. Clint Van Aert to lead out Dmitry Ilyak. And it will be Netherlands to take on the Ukraine. Clint Van Aert, your round one winner. Failed to get on the podium at round two. Had car problems. Been struggling to get the car back together. Ilyak looking strong. As Ilyak looks across. And we await to get some cameras repositioned before we send them off. So it does look like we have got that camera fixed. We are ready for action. Here we go. Clint Van Aert pulls to the line. Ilyak smashes off the clutch. Flames are up from the bonnet as two guys come screaming down into that first outside zone. Ilyak looking stronger and stronger. Clint Van Aert goes 3 wheels off track. Dives back onto the circuit. Ilyak, surprised, doesn't know what to do. Holds on and waits for his position. Now Clint Van Aert cuts off the front end of Dmitry Ilyak's boss kitted S14 as Ilyak now waits. He's upset the chase line massively. Clint Van Aert gets himself back into it, but Ilyak still shook, still shaken from the first half of the run. As Ilyak looks to get himself into the outside zone, Clint Van Aert finishing up the run nicely. Big mistake here for Clint Van Aert. Look at this, gets a wheel off, or you can see, drops off the throttle, the car slides 3 wheels off the track, and that really upset Dmitry Ilyak in the chase position. And you could see there, even up to this point, Dmitry Ilyak kind of not in the flow, kind of not got himself into the zone, as Clint Van Aert does reassert himself, get himself into the outside zone and brings it across the line. Clint Van Aert making some errors. So here we go, back they come towards the start line. Clint Van Aert to chase down Dmitry Ilyak. And Dmitry Ilyak's car, an absolute smoke machine, just a mere 1,000 horsepower underneath the bonnet of this S14. As Ilyak pulls alongside Clint Van Aert. And here we go. We await to get the thumbs up. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we will kick off our top 16 this evening under the lights with a parade. And here we go. Through the gears goes Dmitry Ilyak. Nice initiation. Ilyak goes wide. Can he hold on to it? Oh, and now he goes 3 wheels off track. This is a tit-for-tat battle. Will it upset Clint Van Aert? And you can already see that Van Aert is way down on the inside of the circuit. Goes for the transition. Looks for the back bumper. Does Clint Van Aert? Can he dispatch Dmitry Ilyak in battle? And I don't know if he can, as Ilyak now pulls some distance between himself and his Dutch counterpart. Clint Van Aert on the inside of the track now, making a whole load of mistakes as Ilyak gets foot to floor and across the line. Yeah, look at this. Clint Van Aert having the same. As Ilyak dropping wheels, Klim van Aert dropping wheels. And still very scrappy from Dimitri Ilyak. But Klim van Aert though, lacking that proximity, no attempt to make a dive. So there we go, decision is in. One more time, yeah, two, I mean, yeah, I guess it makes sense. Both drivers dropping wheels on the outside zone. And there we go, one more time. So another opportunity for both guys to get themselves in the zone. We move it to the next battle of the day. It will be Timur Lipski, the 15-year-old superstar from the Ukraine, to take on one of his elders, Sergei Kremets. It will be Ukraine versus Ukraine. Kremets, the seasoned pro, to take on Timur Lipski, the hottest property in Ukrainian drifting at the moment. And look at Kremets. He knows he can trust the young gun. Does he have the car to match the car, though? Kremets shallows up the angle as Lipski fires smoke in the face of the camera. They transition through the centre of the circuit. Lipski starts to pour distance, and Sergei Kremets rubs the back bumper on the wall. The Sergei Kremets hangs on with a thin piece of string to this battle. He dives on the inside. Timur Lipski gains that confidence, gets on the throttle and brings them home. There we go. Incredible, incredible run from Timur Lipski. Sergei Kremets making a few mistakes there. So we will see how this one plays out. And there we go. Both guys go back into the tyre warming area to cool down their cars. And now Kremets pulls to the line. Lead position for Kremets. Timur Lipski to give chase. Lipski got shaken earlier on in some practice, and in round two just struggled with that experience. And only 15 years old, Timur Lipski in that white BMW E46 was Sami Al-Shahani's car. Oh, and through the cones he goes. No problems caused though as Timur Lipski goes for it, looks for the back bumper at ICE 200, gets himself deeper into outside zone, stands on the throttle as Lipski starts to fall away a little bit. Sergei Kremets uses that experience, that age, that wealth of knowledge to put a gap between himself and the young gun. Lipski transitions, down he comes, sticks to that qualifying line, doesn't have the proximity but does have a very nice line. Can Lipski gain some lost ground back as Sergei Kremets gets himself in to that final outside zone? And Timur Lipski has nothing in it as Kremets takes him across the line. Very, very nice job from Sergei Kremets. You can see a little shallow on the initiation, struggled to get himself in and going on that outside zone. Nevertheless, Sergei Kremets does put on a very nice lead though. Out front, not too many mistakes, not the deepest in the zones, but then nevertheless there was that lack of proximity from Timur Lipski. So we'll see how this one plays out. Will this be a one more time, or this will... And a one more time again. Wow. So we are currently 3 one more time battles deep in our top 32. We are over 3/4 of the way through, but we do have those one more time battles to go. So up next it will be Sebastian Fontaine to take on Mohammed Jabir, I do believe. And there we go, your battle tree so far. You can see the battles stacking up. And some one more time battles coming. Clint Van Aert, Dmitry Ilyak, Timur Lipsky, Sergei Kremets, Benedictus Scherber, Salim Al-Saraf. Oh, and look at this. Sebastian Fontaine's car has snapped a rear wheel off of the back. Look at this. Fontaine has entered the tyre warming area and sheared the arm off of the car. And right now, Sebastian Fontaine does not get a break. He broke a drive shaft in practice. And he said that this year here in Oman has just not been the kindest to him. So we await to see how this one pans out for Sebastian Fontaine as the recovery truck makes its way in, and you can see he's tired and drained crew who have worked tirelessly to get both cars, his and Clint Van Aert's cars, up to 100% ready for this weekend. Now look on and see yet again another broken car. Can Sebastian Fontaine catch a break? Well, we will play this one by ear. And such a shame for Sebastian Fontaine. He has had nothing but bad luck. So we're waiting to find out what is the situation. Will he call a 5-minute rule? How will this one play out? Will we jump to the next battle along, which will be Rostislav Lavrovsky to take on Hassan. Oh man, and if he uses his 5-minute rule now in top 32, he won't get another one until he unlocks it in the final 4. This could be a tough break for Sebastian Fontaine. That is even if he has the parts to fix the car with him. They have gone through a lot of parts. As I said, a lot of heartbreak. And we await for the information to drop in, and as soon as we know, we will let you guys know at home. Don't forget, thanks for tuning in. This is only just beginning. Top 32 here in Oman. And tonight we will crown 3 champions. Our MENA, Middle East and North African champion, our national champion, and of course, our international drift champion. They will all be crowned here tonight in Oman, under the lights on the track in front of the crowd. And so we await now. So for you guys asking online, you want to know the points? Well, I have that all-important piece of paperwork in front of me. I can currently tell you that with 51.8 points, Benedictus Scherber leads the championship. With 39.2 points, Steve Biagioni in 3rd place. 37.6 points, that is Clint Van Aert. In 4th place, Al-Daham with 36.5. And in 5th place, Al-Hadidi with 32.3. They are technically the guys that could do the damage this weekend, but unfortunately we already know Al-Hadidi is out of competition, so no chance of him winning the OIDC, but he could take enough points potentially to win the national or the MENA championship. So it looks like we're going to send Rostislav Rarahovsky out on the circuit to warm tyres so we can keep the action flowing. So we will move forward with the battle, and I will put a question mark next to the battle of Sebastian Fontaine and Mohamed Al-Jabir. Sorry. So Rostislav pulls on to the circuit into the start line. Yeah, we're going to move the burnout box, the tyre warming area, for just a moment. As you can see, Mohamed Hassan Al-Mansouri pulls to the burnout area for the moment, representing the UAE. Rostislav representing Ukraine, but the UAE driver, the higher qualifier. Rostislav so yeah, I'm not sure my paperwork is correct here, but it looks like, yeah, that's right, that's the correct way around. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I got myself a little bit confused there. It does happen, long day in the sun and all that. Rostislav is the leader, 14th position in qualifying, but Mansouri, 19th in qualifying. Off the line they come, both guys smoked the tyres. Mansouri was on form last weekend here, and he comes in hard, and he's going to over-rotate. Just cannot hold on to it. He came in way too hot. As Rarahovsky transitions across the circuit, one of the fastest men on the track here in Oman in this 2JZ powered Toyota GT86. Had big issues in practice. They had the gearbox out of the car. I do believe they put the spare sequential gearbox in, and you can see there Mansouri just driving across the track. So Mansouri didn't finish up the run. So let's just see where it went wrong for Mansouri, because the camera was tracking Rostislav, and unfortunately we lost sight. Yeah, there you go. You can see Mansouri just driving his way around. So nevertheless, he does pull back to the start line. Rarahovsky. Oh, and the judge is trying to see whether Rarahovsky braked on the outside zone. I don't think so. So there we go, both guys pull back to the start line, and Mansouri will pull into the lead position. Rostislav Rarahovsky will chase him down, and I'm going to assume right now it is a 10-0 advantage to Rostislav, as Mansouri comes hot out of the gate, flicking that car from left to right. Big initiation, he goes wheels off the edge of the track, just about keeps one wheel inside the designated circuit, and an over-rotation as Rostislav comes through the smoke. But Rostislav gets a little lost. He has to find out where he is to get himself back on that qualifying line. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, that is all she wrote there. For Rostislav Rarahovsky. Sorry. That's all she wrote there for Mohamed Mansouri. I'm going to say that Rostislav Rarahovsky will be advancing through in competition. And there we go. Yeah, we make it official. Rostislav gets the win and moves through into the top 16. Finally, a battle with a finalist. Here we go, Andreas Vasiliaskas to take on Turkey Alcia. And Vasiliaskas in the past been criticised by our judges for being a little too smooth, buttery smooth, they say. Needs to be a little bit more aggressive, add some jalapenos into that sauce as he fires it down now. Andreas Vasiliaskas looking good, absolutely dialed on the outside line as Vasiliaskas puts in a big lead line, but Alcia shuts it down in the middle of the circuit. Alcia having trouble keeping up with the speed from the back, the pace produced by that carbon Kevlar E92 BMW of Andreas Vasiliaskas. Now as Vasiliaskas finds himself in that final outer zone, and across the line goes Vasiliaskas. So there we go, we look back. Another replay, yeah, and you can see Turkey Alcia just having some real issues in that incredibly good looking S14.5. Trying to chase down Andreas Vasiliaskas. And unfortunately can't get the job done in the chase position. Can he get it done in the lead? He will, of course, be at a slight deficit now going into the second half of the battle. And here we go, back on the line. Vasiliaskas to chase down Turkey Alcia. Oh, and we do have an issue, potentially, from Turkey Alcia's car. No, as the bonnet is resecured. Oh, and is he told to remove himself from the line? Oh, and there we go. Turkey Alcia is told to remove himself from the start line, and it looks like maybe some smoke from either a breather or a water pipe leaking. So Turkey Alcia, he was at the start line already. If he now has called a 5-minute rule, we will have 5 minutes to get that car fixed and back out onto the track or to the gridding area to complete the second half of the run. So we will find out what is going on. So yeah, it looks like we have a 5-minute rule in play there for Turkey Alcia. And Andreas Vasiliaskas makes his way off the circuit to the back end of the grid. And we'll wait patiently to see if Turkey Alcia can get that car fixed and back out for the second half of the run. And now, where do we go from here? We have multiple one more time battles stacking up. Or do we go for the final battle of our top 32, which should have been, and it will be Hassani to take on Chihab. As you can see, the grandstand's filling up nicely as the sun goes down here in Oman for the final round of the 2022 International Drift Championship. Yeah, and here we go. We are going to move it along to what would have been our final battle of top 32. So here we go. Hassani pulls to the line in this carbon Kevlar boss kitted SNS14. Mohammed Chihab in the Pro Drift Academy Z06 Chevrolet Corvette. Warms his tyres, and as you can see in the background, a few one more time battles now starting to form up, starting to queue up, ready to go. as we get both contenders on the line. Hazar Al-Hassani representing the UAE to take on Mohammed Chihab, also representing the UAE. There we go, thumbs up all round, guys ready to go. No jumping off the line, both guys make it through, clear, and we go down through the gears. Little crab walk there from Hassani as he gets in and out of the outside zone. Strange angle, shallows up, looks like he's on and off the throttle as Chihab tries to position that C6 Corvette onto the door. Gives him the room to transition through the centre of the circuit. Oh, now Chihab starts to go wide. He's on that wrong line. He makes a dive, shortcuts the circuit, looks for the back bumper, can't get there. As Hassani lays down some fire in the smoke as Chihab dives through the smoke up onto the side of the S14 across the line. So we go, look at this, nice initiation from Chihab. Just lacked that commitment. I do believe that he thought Hassani was going to wash off the circuit completely away from where he needed to be. And Hassani, for me, apart from that mistake, didn't really do a whole lot wrong. Was a fairly decent lead line. Put the car where it needed to be. Chihab made the dives, but just lacked that little bit of commitment, honestly, from my side of things. We're getting back on the line, swapped around, and it will be Chihab to lead, Hassani to give chase. So here we go, Mohammed Chihab from the UAE, ready to lead out Hazar Al-Hassani. And they get the thumbs up. Green light means go. Chihab would love a shot at the top 16. And now Chihab puts down an absolute killer lead line, but look at Hassani right there on the door as Hassani flirts with danger. Nosing that S14 onto the side of that C6 Corvette. Waits for the transition. Hassani gets left in the background ever so slightly as Chihab goes full throttle through the outside zone. Picks up that front clipping point. Absolutely buried on the throttle is Chihab as he once again sets himself up for the final outside zone, and Hassani just can't get there. Well, the judges watching the replay, I know you guys are at home too. Who gets the win, who advances through into the top 16. A very tight battle. I think the lead line was nicer from Mohammed Chihab. We're going to see who is the winner, who makes it through to the top 16 in a couple of moments' time. So both drivers now exit the car, get some fresh air. There we go. Mohammed Chihab gets the win. And Mohammed Chihab very, very happy. So Chihab very happy, gets himself once again into a top 16 here at the OIDC. And that incredible Pro Drift Academy Corvette C6. So now we move it back to the one more time battle between Benedikt Scherber and Al-Saraf. And well, Benedikt Scherber knows Bagsy's made it through into the top 16. He needs to make it there himself. Scherber, Lithuania. Salim Al-Saraf, Q8. This one going to be exciting. If you missed the first battle that these two guys had, well, this is the one more time. Who is going to lay it down? Who's going to make it through Can Saraf upset the apple cart right now as they both go for a nice initiation? Scherber gets himself set up perfectly on the outside zone as he gripped the car up, and it looks like he has. But Saraf is there though. Saraf still gains proximity. Looks like he climbs up onto the side throughout the run. No contact. Look for this time as Saraf goes for the back bumper. Benedictus Scherber sticks on the stickiest pair of tyres he can find, and Saraf has a big understeer. Saraf understeers as he once again now tries to find a side of Scherber's E36 BMW. He gets onto the door as Saraf gets on the side and on the rear bumper across the line. Very nice lead from Benedictus Scherber. It looks like Benedictus Scherber potentially turned this thing up, stuck on some grippy tyres and tries to lay down an incredible lead line. Mistake there for Saraf as he transitions off the wall across the circuit and once again shallows up on the inside of the track. Does gain proximity, but he does shortcut the track trying to get there. I do believe that may be a little chink in the armour of Salim Al-Saraf. Well, here we go, back to the start line they go. And Benedictus Scherber pulls into the chase position. Salim Al-Saraf will follow shortly in that twin-turbo V8 Nissan 350Z. And Saraf now to lead out Benedictus Scherber. Saraf hoping that Scherber doesn't have to grip, doesn't have to pace. Wheels spun through the gears, down they come for the initiation. Saraf very wide, absolutely nailing the outside line, just a wheel wobble on the outside edge, and you can see Benedictus Scherber wobbling in the background, shallows up the angle as Scherber tries to hang with Salim Saraf right now as he fires across the circuit. Benedictus Scherber holding on for dear life, but Salim Al-Saraf's lead line is nothing short of absolutely spectacular right now. Salim Al-Saraf gets himself back into it in that outside zone, goes Saraf. Benedictus Scherber's on the door, on the rear wheel, and across the line goes Saraf and Scherber. Look at this from Salim Al-Saraf, incredible lead. Just could have been a little bit deeper here. You can see on that wrong line, just doesn't get out to the outside zone and fulfill it enough. Benedictus Scherber that sees the door open, sees the opportunity with that good lead and sticks that E36 BMW to the door. Benedictus Scherber though pushed to the limit ever so slightly there. And we'll be interested to see how this one plays out, the rest of the evening plays out for Benedictus Scherber. So we await the decision to drop in from our judges. And as much as you would think it's clear cut, I'm not so sure. So they're looking back at the lead of Benedictus Scherber. And I'm not sure what they're trying to find from Benedictus Scherber. So just sitting here watching this back, just like you guys are at home, just studying, trying to work out exactly what they are looking for. Yeah, Benedictus Scherber did something weird there at the end of the wall, kind of left the outside zone a little early. This would be a huge upset in the championship if Benedictus Scherber was to go out now. But I'm not convinced he will. I'm convinced myself, maybe, that Benedictus Scherber is going to make his way into the top 16, where he will face Ahmed Al-Ameri. Another tough battle for Scherber. And Scherber sitting on the line thinking, well, I kind of thought I had this championship in the bag, and now this young man has put me on the ropes. So decision still yet to drop in. One more time again. Wow. One more time again. Benedictus Scherber looks across and says, well, what have I got to do? So Benedictus Scherber now on the ropes. Salim Al-Saraf looking stronger than ever. And you can see the next battle on the line. So those two guys leave the circuit. Benedictus Scherber on the ropes here in Oman. And there we go. It's the second half of the run between Andreas Vasiliaskas and Turkey Alcia. Of course, Alcia being forced into taking that 5-minute rule due to smoke coming from underneath the bonnet. We're not sure if it was steam or smoke, but nevertheless he got it fixed and the officials are happy with him. Alcia though does sit with a huge deficit. Let's see how he gets on in the lead position. Vasiliaskas is just going to hold off just enough to keep himself in the fight, but not close enough to keep himself in trouble if Alcia does make a mistake or lead him astray. And you can see Alcia does wash wheels off the edge of the circuit. Getting the job done though at the moment is Alcia. He gets himself in the outside zone. Wheels drop in and out and across the line, and I think that is as much as Turkey Alcia had at that moment in time. So here we go. This is the tail of the tape. Vasiliaskas doing just enough, I think, to secure himself a spot in the top 16. Not going too far. Not putting himself at risk. So here we go, we wait for that decision to drop in. And pretty straightforward in my eyes. There we go, Andreas Vasiliaskas gets the win. Lithuania take one step further forward in competition. And Vasiliaskas takes the win and gets himself into top 16. Now, we have some questions to be answered. We have a one more time battle between Clint Van Ort and Dimitri Ilyak. That's where we're going to go next. Van Ort on the line. Your round one winner. So your round one winner, one more time battle against Dimitri Ilyak. And it will be the Netherlands versus Ukraine on the line. 2JZ versus Nissan VK56 twin turbo. Well, here we go. They get the thumbs up. Oh, and the start lights. So our traffic light has gone, and our start line marshal just waving them away. Look at this from Ilyak, though. Onto the back bumper he goes for Clint Van Ort. And no doubt, Ilyak would have been down in the paddock talking to Bagsy, Martin Richards and the rest of the crew, the Monster Energy team, teaming up this weekend together to try and take down some names. And Ilyak would have been asking what he can do to take down Van Ort. And look at this big dive up into the door from Dimitri Ilyak as he looks for the back bumper, almost over-rotates. Ilyak gets himself back in it. Clint Van Ort, though, looking smooth out front. Gets himself in the outside zone. Ilyak goes for the back bumper and across the line. So very nice chase up until this point. You can see Ilyak, though, shallow down on the inside edge of the circuit. Almost cuts the back end off of Clint Van Ort's car in that transition. And then kind of stalls himself up. Goes for the nice dive, but doesn't get on throttle quick enough. Doesn't respond, doesn't pick it up. And then almost over-rotates. You can see him dial on the angle. Kind of puts him on a nicer line, but he has to shallow that up to regain the back end of Clint Van Ort's S14. And Clint Van Oort and Dmitry Ilyak make their way down to just quickly call their cars. And then they will head back towards the start line. There we go. Clint Van Oort sits in chase position. Dmitry Ilyak pulls up to the line to lead out Clint Van Oort. We've got the traffic lights back. A quick change of the battery and we're ready to go. There we go. Dmitry Ilyak, thumbs up. Happy man. He's having fun this weekend of the final round of the 2022 Oman International Drift Championship. There we go. Clint Van Oort trying to jump the line, trying to pace it out. He knows that Ilyak's got the pace, he's got the grip. Oh, look at that, almost contact on initiation. Nice initiation from Ilyak, though, as he sticks foot to floor. Look at the outside zone fulfillment from Ilyak as he puts ground between himself and Clint Van Oort as Ilyak dives across the circuit. Flicks it on lock, he's off throttle, but he gets back into it. That opens the opportunity for Clint Van Oort to dive on the door. As Ilyak now looks scrappy in front. Can he work himself back in? He can. As Clint Van Oort now looks scrappy, trying to chase down Ilyak. Ilyak on a very nice line on the outside zone. And across the line, that one a tough one again. So, Dmitry Ilyak, very nicely done in that outside zone. This, for me, a little bit scrappy. Left that zone, kind of dived across the track. Gets the transition done, picks up that front clipping point. But Dmitry Ilyak does go very wide there. Does manage to get back into that zone. And Ilyak, as you can see, once again, fulfills all of that outside zone completely. Incredible line. Clint Van Oort now on the ropes a little bit. So here we go. We wait for the decision. You can see the next battle on the line. Who's going to take it through? Will it be Ukraine? Will it be the Netherlands? Clint Van Oort hungry to get a taste of the podium once again. Ilyak just looking for some of that top 16 fame. And a lot of deliberation today. And the start line marshal crosses his arms. Well, we wait in anticipation to find out who's going to take this through to the top 16, the top 32, yet to be decided completely. We still have two one more time battles and the Sebastian Fontaine situation to work out yet, ladies and gentlemen. So keep buckled up, keep that hot beverage in your hand, or the cold one. Here we go. Oh, Clint Van Oort gets the win. So Clint Van Oort gets the win and takes out Dmitry Ilyak. And Ilyak dispatched from competition. We go back to the start line. It is Timur Lipski to take on Sergei Kremitz. So it will be Lipski, the higher qualifier, to lead out Kremitz, the more experienced Ukraine driver. It will be Ukraine versus Ukraine on the line right now. Both cars slam into gear, thumbs up all round. And the amber light goes green. Here we go. Lipski, Kremitz, Ukraine. Hungry for it. Nice initiation from Lipski. Gets that car dialed. And this time Sergei Kremitz doesn't look too scrappy. Gives him some room to maneuver. As Lipski washes wide. Looks for that wide arc. That big flick across the circuit to that front clipping point. And this time Kremitz, no mistakes. Just no proximity from Sergei Kremitz at the moment. As Sergei Kremitz needs to get himself into the mix here, as Timur Lipski, the 15-year-old Ukrainian, seems to be driving away. Hammers down, washes out the outside zone. Kremitz finds the back bumper, but it's already over. Very, very nice. Timur Lipski doing an incredible job out front. This young guy, some serious talent. You can see a few wobbles there, though. Start to creep into the run. Locking the foot brake, locking the front wheels up with a foot brake as he transitions the car. Tries to get the back end as close as possible to those walls. And Sergei Kremitz just struggling to gain some real proximity with the side of that Young Guns BMW. So here we go. Sergei Kremitz pulls to the line in the lead position. And our start line marshal just make sure that that bumper is tightly affixed before we send them off. Lipski now to give chase. After this, if we have a decision, we have just got 2 more battles to go. The one more time times 2 with Scherber and Selim. And the Sebastian Fontaine situation that we need to work out as well. Here we go. Kremitz to lead out Lipski. Kremitz through the gears. Lipski needs to gain some proximity, needs to be on the door, needs to be not leaving anything out there, and he's not going to leave anything out there as he makes a big dive across the outside zone as Kremitz keeps it shallow, keeps it conservative. Lipski looks for the transition, gets it done. Can he push on the inside? Of course he can. As Lipski goes for the inside of Sergei Kremitz's IS-200, Kremitz hammers the throttle through the floor as Lipski now loses some ground. As Sergei Kremitz looks for that final outside zone, both guys go for it. Lipski gets on the side and across the line. So just sitting back and watching this run through, incredible run from both these guys. Lipski making a nice few dives up onto the side, tries to get himself into the mix. For me, Sergei Kremitz not the cleanest of leads, but nevertheless does get the job done. Whatever happens right here, it's going to be the Ukraine going through into the top 16. What driver will get it? Timur Lipski gets the win. Lipski gets the win. And the young gun, 15 years old, gets the win, advances through into the top 16. And now we find out what the situation is down the back end of the circuit. Well, here we go. Question answered. It will be the one more time ×2 battle between Benedikt Scherber and Selim Al-Saraf. And Selim Al-Saraf would never have assumed he'd be in this situation. And Benedikt Scherber thought that he would have been in the top 16 already. I'm ready to rock and roll, but this is the second one more time. Judges have to get it done on this battle. Who is going to take it through to the top 16? Scherber needs the win. With Bagsy now through, with Daham now through, with Clint Van Oort now through, Scherber needs to win this battle to seal the championship. As soon as Scherber breaks the Great 8, it's done. The 2022 championship is his. Can he get there? Or will Selim Al-Saraf get the job done? And will he stop Scherber from taking the Oman International Drift Championship? We're off through the start line. We go down through the gears. Saraf aggressive once again. Big dive. Saraf goes for the door. And Selim Saraf waits. Lets him get set up. Squeezes the throttle. That twin turbo V8 as he parks his wing mirror on the spoiler. Selim Al-Saraf not messing around this time. He goes, transitions through the smoke, looks for the dive, positions the car on the foot brakes. Selim Al-Saraf now works his way in or understeers. Can he hold on to it? He certainly can as Selim Al-Saraf understeers under brake and he transitions back. Saraf needs to find the door and he can find the door as he gives him a little touch. Saraf with Scherber across the line. Selim Al-Saraf is an man possessed right now. He's hungry for this. Look at this, parks the wing mirror on the spoiler and then waits, holds out for so long for the transition. You can see the foot brake just comes into play there as he dabs it, front end dives down. Look at this. Now, you can see Scherber just allowed to brake, allowed to slow on throttle through that area, and it catches Saraf out. It catches a little bit of understeer, but nevertheless gets himself into it. comes down up into the wall, and Saraf has the proximity with Benedictus Scherber. Oh, so Salim Al-Saraf pulls to our Marshall. So does Salim Al-Saraf need a 5-minute rule? So we eagerly await to find out what is going on. As Salim Al-Saraf well, there's a lot of head shaking, a lot of yes and no's going on there. We're not sure what is going on. As we await to see who pulls back to the line and in what order. It will be now Salim Al-Saraf's opportunity to lead out. Benedictus Scherber to give chase. And this is it. This has to be decided on this battle. Who will it be? Will it be Benedictus Scherber going through to the top 16? Will it be Salim Al-Saraf? And here we go. Both guys pull to the line. Saraf to lead. Scherber to give chase. And look at this. Scherber already creeping off the start line. He knows Saraf's got a fast car. Saraf starts to light the tyres up as he fires in. Very nice initiation for Salim Al-Saraf. Shallows up the angle. Oh, he goes wide. Just about holds on to it now. Scherber starts to repay the favour. Does he get as close? He certainly does. Tucks a nose at E36 BMW up onto the inside, and now the transition was incredibly quick. Look at this from Scherber, though. Makes a big dive on the inside. Saraf dials on the angle, collects that front clipping point. Scherber's with him on the back bumper. They come through the outside edge of the circuit. Wheels dropped again from Saraf, and Scherber is all over the side of Saraf's 350Z, and I think that is it. I think that is it. Job done. I think Benedictus Scherber did enough with the wheels dropped from Salim Al-Saraf. I think Benedictus Scherber just took himself through. Salim Al-Saraf dropping wheels, and the judges won't like that. A massive dive onto the door there from Benedictus Scherber, and this one I think pretty straightforward for the judges. Yeah, and there we go. A very happy man. Benedictus Scherber gets the win, advances through to the top 16. What an incredible battle that was, though, between those two guys. That should have been the final, and that was just the top 32. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are almost decided. Apart from one battle. And that is Sebastian Fontaine to take on Mohammed Al-Jabir as the sun almost disappears behind the mountains. The lights on at the track. We await to find out what is going on with Sebastian Fontaine. So, our CRO, our race director, is going to go and find out what is going on and relay that information back into the commentary booth to give us an idea of what the lay of the land is. Now, do we have Sebastian Fontaine ready to go? He would have only have had a 5-minute rule, I do believe, to fix that car. But we would need Mohammed Al-Jabir to give us a buy run. So we await the situation, ladies and gentlemen. As far as I know as much as you. As soon as I can give that information to you, I will. And so far, we've got some really good battles coming up. Hamza Namet to take on Ali Maxied. Balushi Lalu to take on Martin Richards. It'll be Al-Daham to take on Bullseye. Al-Ameri to take on Benedict Scherber. Bagsy to take.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. My heart on my sleeve. Shield my greed. That's how I get it. Success ain't no giving. Some days I don't eat, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. Down, wonder when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know that's because I've been in it. I don't need to brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. But some family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem. I ain't perfect. Let them watch me elevating. Got them nauseous. Cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the house and woo. Watch how I get ahead. Watch how I get ahead. Watch how I get ahead. Woo. Watch how I set it up, bet you I shut it down, watch how I get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner, got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare. I'm a line, but the winner about the cage. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah.
Second round and I am first. It's amazing. I am feeling it's very amazing.
بشكر الجمعية العمانية على البطولة هاي الرائعة اللي بيعملوها بالشرق الأوسط وبيعطونا الفرصة لنقدر ننافس مع أبطال العالم وأبطال الشرق الأوسط. استنونا بالجولة الثالثة وإن شاء الله نجيب المركز الأول.
Round 3, see you soon.
Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy. On a roll, here we go, yeah we winning by a landslide. Never see me coming, I'm a landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command like. Yeah, you about to see me on demand like. You know I'm the man. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a string, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream that we're coming for the bag. Yeah, and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. My heart on my sleeve. Shield my greed. That's how I get it. Success ain't no giving. Some days I don't eat, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. Down, wonder when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know that's because I've been in it. I don't need to brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. But some family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem, man. Perfect, let them watch me. Elevating, got them nauseous. Cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the house and woo. Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Woo. Watch out, set it up, bet you I shut it down. Watch out, get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner. Got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare. I'm a line, but the winner on the cage. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah.
Second round and I am first. It's amazing. I am feeling it's very amazing.
نشكر الجمعية العمانية على البطولة هاي الرائعة اللي بيعملوها بالشرق الأوسط وبيعطونا الفرصة لننافس مع أبطال العالم وأبطال الشرق الأوسط. استنونا بالجولة الثالثة وإن شاء الله نجيب المركز الأول.
Round 3, see you soon.
Here we go, at the top of the class. winning by a landslide. Never see me coming, I'm a landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command like. Yeah, you about to see me on demand like. You know I'm the man. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a string, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream that we're coming for the bag. Yeah, and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. My heart on my sleeve. Shield my greed. That's how I get it. Success ain't no given. Some days I don't eat, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. Down, wonder when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know that's because I've been in it. I don't need to brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. But some family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem, man. Perfect, let them watch me. Elevating, got them nauseous. Cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the house. And woo! Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Woo! Watch out, set it up, bet you I shut it down. Watch out, get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner. Got a finger run up in a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare. I'm a line, but the winner on the cage. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah.
Second round and I am first. It's amazing. I am feeling it's very amazing.
بشكر الجمعية العمانية على البطولة هاي الرائعة اللي بيعملوها بالشرق الأوسط وبيعطونا الفرصة لنقدر ننافس مع أبطال العالم وأبطال الشرق الأوسط. استنونا بالجولة الثالثة وإن شاء الله نجيب المركز الأول.
Round 3, see you soon.
Here we go. top of the class on a roll. And it's time to run it up, yeah, you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Ayy, on the road, here we go, here we go. Yeah, we winning by a landslide. Never see me coming on my landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command like. Yeah, you about to see me on demand like. You know on demand. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a string, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream that we're coming for the bag. Yeah, and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. My heart on my sleeve. Shield my greed. That's how I get it. Success ain't no giving. Some days I don't eat, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. Down, wonder when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know that's because I've been in it. I don't need to brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. But some family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem. I ain't perfect. Let them watch me elevating. Got them nauseous. Cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the house. And woo. Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Woo. Watch out, set it up, bet you I shut it down, watch out, get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner, got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare to my line, but the winner about the cage. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah.
Second round and I am first. It's amazing. I am feeling it's very amazing.
نشكر الجمعية العمانية على البطولة هاي الرائعة اللي بيعملوها بالشرق الأوسط وبيعطونا الفرصة لننافس مع أبطال العالم وأبطال الشرق الأوسط. استنونا بالجولة الثالثة وإن شاء الله نجيب المركز الأول.
Round 3, see you soon.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And as you can see on screen, your top 16 final round of the 2022 championship up and ready to go. It'll be Maxied to take on Al-Balushi to take on Al-Daham to take on Hamdam, Al-Ameri to take on Scherber, Maxied to take on Al-Harbali, or to take on Lipsky, Jabir to take on Lavrovsky, and Vasiliaskas to take on Chiab. So if you were wondering and you were watching Top 32 and you wanted to know, well, where did Sebastian Fontaine go? Unfortunately, we see the rear wheel not in the best of positions on the back end of that BMW E36. Unfortunately, Sebastian Fontaine only had 5 minutes to get that car fixed and to the line or to the gridding area, and that wasn't fulfilled. So unfortunately for Sebastian Fontaine, he did fail to make it into top 32, and a bitter end to Sebastian Fontaine's 2022 championship hunt here in the Middle East. So nevertheless, the sun almost completely gone now. Looks a lot lighter on your screen than it does through the window of my commentary booth, that's for sure. And in just a couple of minutes time, we will be bringing out our top 16 drivers for a parade and the national anthem of Oman. Well, so there we go, ladies and gentlemen, your top 16 parade on track here in front of the grandstands. Now you can see your drivers waving their national flags, and they've all got out of their vehicles to take a moment to listen to the Omani national anthem. You can see there Bagsy, Clint Van Oort, and all the drivers now getting told to get back in the cars. So not sure what's going on there, whether they need to move further forward. You see Martin Richards, Lalu, Al-Daham, Al-Harbali, Scherber, Bullseye, Maxied, Vasiliaskas, Al-Ameri, Lipsky, Lavrovsky, and Chihab. And so, yep, they're just pulling those guys further up onto the circuit. Everybody flying their national flag. So there we go, your top 16 drivers out on the parade in front of the grandstands, and in a moment's time we will have the national anthem of Oman. So I'll leave you with that for a few moments. you go, ladies and gentlemen. That is the national anthem of Oman. Has been played out to the crowd and the grandstand, and hopefully you guys at home managed to hear that as well. And now our top 16 drivers will make their way off of the circuit, back around to the grid to get ready for action. As I just try to shut the door in the commentary tower and shield you from the abuse that the engines are getting at the moment as they make their way off the circuit. So, the first battle we will see will be Hamza Nameh to take on Ali Maxied. And I would say that Ali Maxied looks a stronger contender, but after tonight's activities already, you can't count anybody out of the fight. Well, last of our media staff make their way off the circuit. And as soon as the track is clear, you could see from the drone shot the guys making their way back to the gridding area to get ready for action. As I mentioned, it will be Maxied to take on Nameh. And Ali Maxied will be looking to move himself into the Grade A to reinforce some more championship points. Maxied currently sitting 6th in the championship. With Hadidi out, he would now potentially, yes, he would 110% leapfrog Haytham Al-Hadidi. So Maxied at the moment has leapfrogged. Maxied has leapfrogged Haytham Al-Hadidi and moved himself up to 5th in the championship. So he keeps going. He's going to be slowly hunting down Al-Daham and Clint Van Oort. So we will see how that one plays out as we move further through competition. You can see down there in the paddock, guys getting gridded, getting ready to go to kick off top 16. Well, does look like we are ready for action. As you can hear down the back end of the circuit. Well, maybe you can't hear. I can hear from where I am. Down the back end of the circuit, there are cars warming their tyres. And there we go. Ali Maxied will pull to the line as the higher qualifier. And our 32nd place qualifier, Hamza Namne, will pull alongside him for a shot in the Grade 8. So we are looking at our first top 16 battle on the line, ready to go. Maxied to take on Namne. Jordan versus Q8. And the virus is going to be chasing down Ali Maxied. Here we go. Green light. We are good to go. First battle of our top 16 underway. Let's see how action plays. Looks like Maxied slowed down ever so slightly then on the initiation. Gets into it though. Oh. And now Namne struggles to get himself in that outside zone. Just can't get there. As Maxied gets good line up into the wall and across the centre of the circuit. Maxied into that front clipping point. Namne keeping his distance. Can't seem to find some proximity. Goes for the dive across the track. Sacrifices outside zone but still can't find the side of Ali Maxied's GT86 as Maxied puts foot to throttle, up to the wall he goes and across the line. So there we go, a strange initiation there for Namne as he just struggled to get that car where he needed to be in the right position. And there we go, you can see Ali Maxied doing an incredible job. So there we go, swapped him around and it will be Maxied to chase down Namne now for a spot in the Grade 808s, and it looks like Maxied is going to have to be very careful here. Namne, an unknown entity in this level of competition, and Namne on and off the throttle. You can see him struggling to get the back end of that BMW out to the outside zone. Now finds a little bit of confidence as he stands on the accelerator, picks up that front clipping point. Namne finds himself down the back end of the circuit, up into the wall. Looks for that front clipping point, not a bad job so far. Now starts to look dialed as Maxied looks for the back bumper. Gets himself in the outside zone. Maxied perfectly placed. And across the line goes Namne and Maxied. There we go, decision looks like it's going to drop in. Ali Maxied gets the win, and Maxied continues that run for the championship and now moves himself way up the order ahead of Al-Hadidi, and Ali Maxied positions himself potentially in 4th or 5th place at the moment. Well, here we go, back on the line we go. It is going to be Ali Al-Balushi to take on Martin Richards in the Driftworks Nissan Skyline R32. And Richards leads out Balushi, aka Lalu, very fast. What can Lalu do? Richards on form, on pace today. Big initiation from Richards, a little waver in the outside zone, but then gets it dialed. On the throttle he goes. Lalu drops down to the inside, trying to gain some proximity back. Looks for the back bumper on the Skyline. Can't get there as Richards transitions back. Now Lalu starts to lose some ground. Is he going to make a choice decision to make a dive, or will he stick to that qualifying line? And Lalu doesn't opt for a big dive. Goes for a little one on that transition into the final outside zone. And Lalu looks for the side of Richards' Skyline. Little nose up on the inside. Just can't get there though. So, just trying to see if there were any foul play. Little stall up on the handbrake for Richards there on that transition. Nothing untoward though. Although it is a full throttle zone, judges have been very lenient on drivers using the handbrake or the foot brake on that transition. So, we will see how this one plays out. You can see drivers down the back end of the grid there getting ready for action. And Lalu pulls in to the tyre warming area. You can see Martin Richards there just having a word with the team. Just getting that radiator and intercooler cooled down. And here we go, back on the line they go. Balushi to lead out Richards. A spot in the Great 8 awaits through the chicane. Goes Lalu down, he screams through the gears. Headlights shine into the camera lens as Martin Richards goes for the inside line, looks for the door. Lalu not as high up as Richards was on that lead line. Now Richards starts to apply the pressure, gets himself tucked up on the inside of that S13 as he gives him the room to manoeuvre for the transition. Martin Richards just straightens out the angle, shallows up as he noses the front end of that Nissan Skyline R32 clearly on the door. Comes through the smoke, does Richards as Lalu dials on big angle, and he's going to sacrifice the outside line that opens the door once again for Richards to get up close and personal. There we go, taking a look back, you can see Balushi not as deep in the outside zone, stays on that line for quite a long time in that outside zone, dials quite a lot of angle on to pick it up, that front clipping point, and it gives Richards all the opportunities to make the dive, especially this one here. You can see on big angle, he shortens up the circuit, dials on too much lock, gets himself out of the outside zone and allows Richards to get on the door. There we go, a nice clean one, no messing around. And how do the judges see it? There we go, Martin Richards gets the win. Richards gets the win, advances through, and Martin Richards finds some form and finds a little bit of luck out here in Oman. So Martin Richards gets the win, advances through. We keep it going. It will be Al-Daham to take on Bullseye. Mohammed Hamdan Bullseye. So Mohammed Hamdan Bullseye on the line, ready to go. Al-Daham though on form, looking strong this weekend. Here he comes, down leading in. A higher qualifier. Oh, Hamdan with a little wobble there. Bullseye just struggling to get into it as the grip dialed into the back of that S14 of Daham's picks him up, propels him around the outside zone. He transitions back. Tidily done from Daham. He's on a form that no one else can seem to find this weekend. Daham with the perfect lead line at the moment. Bullseye just not taking the opportunity to get on the door in that chase position as Daham gets the rear wheels in that rear zone and across the line. Look at that grip and pace from Daham's S14, almost lifting the front wheels clear off the tarmac. And Bullseye takes a few little jabs, few little pokes at the side of that S14. But unfortunately for Bullseye, it just doesn't have the pace to gain that proximity, and Daham is on another level this weekend. So Daham pulls to the line. Daham now to chase down Mohammed Hamdan Bullseye. Well, we await to see Bullseye on the line. And here we go, Bullseye finds his way to the start line. It will be Bullseye to lead. Al-Daham to give chase. And here we go. As we said, Daham on another level this weekend. Can he hang with Bullseye right now? Can Bullseye give him the opportunity? And he certainly can. Very nice lead line at the moment from Bullseye as he finds himself nice in the outside zone. Daham, you can see, struggling That car gripped up to the max, and Daham having to really shallow up the angle, balance that car on some good angle to try and stay with Bullseye. Daham not in the fight, no proximity, as he can't really get himself onto the door, across the line. A strange battle between those two guys right there. Look at this from Daham. Just doesn't seem to be able to get himself in it. And Daham, very strange. Look at this. Big separation, no proximity. Bullseye, not the worst lead line we've seen. Gets himself into all the zones. But Daham, though, surprisingly, no proximity. And this one, a strange one. So, how do the judges see this? Well, we wait for the decision to drop in from our judges. I'm not sure what you guys see it. For you guys watching on the live stream on YouTube, how do you see it? Who do you see that has gone through a one more time? A lot of people asking for a one more time. A lot of people saying Daham gets the win. Where's Malaysia at? Well, so here we go, decisions in, and there we go, Daham. Daham gets the win, and Daham takes it through to the Great 8, another step closer to doing what he needs to do. Well, there we go, Benedictus Scherber pulls to the line, Al-Ameri to give him the lead in the higher qualifier. Al-Ameri to lead in Benedictus Scherber. And Scherber would have just witnessed Maxied and Daham go through. And Scherber knows he's getting hunted down. He's got a target on his back this weekend. Here we go. Al-Ameri to lead in Benedictus Scherber. Nice initiation from Ameri. Almost picks up that front wheel as he squeezes the accelerator and puts all the power down. Scherber on the door though. Scherber all over the side of that S13 as they transition back. Scherber gives him the room. Looks for the opportunity now and waits for Al-Ameri to get down on the outside zone. A little correction for Ameri creeping in as Scherber waits through the smoke to the dive done. And Scherber on that weird line. He's off of the outside zone. Can't find the door as Al-Ameri gets it done. Very, very nice from Mohamed Al-Ameri. Wow, that outside zone fulfillment was incredible. Look at this. All the way through. And this is very nice. Al-Ameri does a very nice job in that lead position. Gets it done. And once again, look at this. Midline on both of the outside zones. Scherber not on the door though through that final outside zone. Would have expected him to be a lot closer there. And now we move it back to the start line to swap them around and do it again. Well, here we go. Scherber pulls to the line, lead position. Al-Ameri to give chase. And Scherber had a tough weekend so far already. That car looking battered and bruised. Can it make its way through? Al-Ameri with the higher horsepower car goes for that midline initiation. And look at that. Squeezes that S13 into the zone. Up onto the front wheel he goes as Al-Ameri backs it in, almost touching rear wheels. Al-Ameri wobbles as they come through the centre of the circuit. Big dive from Al-Ameri. Al-Ameri not scared whatsoever. of the Lithuanian driver. And look at Al-Ameri. Oh, stalls himself up on the inside. He has to work hard now. You can see him drop down on the inside of the circuit. Al-Ameri making a few mistakes. Scherber back bumper to the wall and across the line. Here we go, look at this from Al-Ameri. Squeezes that S13 right into the side. Backs it in, to the wall. Scherber keeps his cool, stays dialed, fires across the track. And this is where Al-Ameri starts to make a few choice decisions. Here was one of them. Gets himself right up on the inside, stalls the car up, almost causes contact with the lead car. And then he has to drop on the inside to find that lead car once again, but just can't find the proximity as Al-Ameri goes mid-track to get the job done. Judges taking a look back at the replay. So not sure what they are looking for. Whether Al-Ameri made contact with Scherber potentially. Trying to see why Al-Ameri was stalled up on that inside. So I'm going to go quiet for a minute. I'm just going to break this one down in my head. Well, not quite sure what the judges were looking for. I struggled myself to try and see what they were looking at and where they were looking at the mistakes, or what for. Maybe trying to see if Scherber slowed the car, potentially. I know Al-Ameri made contact with Scherber in a couple of places. Will this be a one more time? Will this be a win for one of these drivers? Who's going to take it through to the Grade 8? Oh, and still no decision. So it looks like the judges are going to look at a full run from Scherber in the lead position. I'm very confused as to where the judges are trying to determine this in a decision. Al-Ameri's very impatient. He's not sure what's going on. I've got a feeling this could be a one more time, ladies and gentlemen. And as much as Scherber would not want another one more time, I think that is going to be the situation. I think Scherber's going to have to do it again. I could be wrong though. Benedictus Scherber gets the win. Benedictus Scherber gets the win and advances through to the Great 8. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Scherber gets the win. Al-Ameri knocked out of composition. And there we go. Scherber gets the win. Advances through to the Great 8. So there we go, back to the start line we go. It will be so sorry about that. So back to the start line we go, and it will be our next battle of the evening. And just trying to do some maths here, ladies and gentlemen, in the background to find out who is going to win this championship. It will be Steve Bagsy Biagioni take on Nasser Al-Harbali. The UK versus El Salvador. And they get the thumbs up. The doors slam close on both cars. And Nasser Al-Harbali will chase down Bagsy. And the Monster Energy ST suspension PS13. Nice initiation from Bagsy, but look at Harbali. Oh, he scared himself. Could have stayed in it, and Harbali just threw away a perfect opportunity to chase down Bagsy. It was a door open for Harbali. Oh, and he throws himself into a spin. I wonder if there is a problem with that car. Harbali dumps the car in the middle of the circuit and now gets it back moving under its own power as Bagsy finishes out the run. And Harbali, well, will he make his way back to the start line? Look at this. Incredible initiation from Harbali. Look, something broke. Oh, the sparks under the car. I'm going to say that's prop shaft potentially, and I'm going to say that Harbali is out of competition. Oh man, because you could just see the way that car reacted. It was going to go on throttle. It was going to pick up the wheels. And there we go. Do you believe that's all she wrote? Yeah, look at this. And you can see Harbali talking to our judges. Watch underneath the front of the 350Z. Comes in hot. As soon as he gets on the clutch, boom. Sparks, sparks. So it's either a clutch or a prop shaft. Another problem for one of these guys. I'm pretty sure that might be all she wrote for Nasser Al-Harbali. And will Bagsy get himself another spot in the Great 8? We're about to find out. So there we go. Bagsy sits on the line patiently waiting. He shot at chasing down Harbali, but Harbali so does look like that could be all she wrote for Nasser Al-Harbali. Oh, so Nasser Al-Harbali does pull to the line. So, not sure what is going on with Nasser Al-Harbali's car. He says he's ready to go. The amber light flashes, the green light goes. Nasser now has to lead out Bagsy. It looks like it's going to work for Nasser. Fires that car in. Bagsy gives him the room to manoeuvre. Waits for him to get himself in the outside zone. Bagsy knows he's the front end of that PS13 onto the front wheel. And that 350Z, Nasser accelerates across the circuit. Bagsy waits for the opportunity, and there he goes. Up onto the side, gives him the room, waits for the opportunity as Bagsy and Nasser come through that front clipping point. Bagsy dives, looks for the side. Oh, and Bagsy just holds on to it as Nasser shuts it down. Bagsy avoids serious contact and completes the run. Look at this car working flawlessly for Nasser. Absolutely lovely line in the outside zone. Al-Harbali could transition back, picks up that front clipping point. Bagsy doing everything he needed to do, just keeping that car within a few feet, within a few meters of proximity. Look at this though, big understeer. Bagsy does a very good job of avoiding any kind of damage. So there we go, pretty easy decision for our judges. There we go, Bagsy gets the win, advances through to the Grade 8 and keeps moving on. Well, back on the line we go. Next battle of top 16, ready to rock and roll. Klimt van Oort to take on Timur Lipski. Netherlands versus Ukraine, the hottest property in Ukrainian drifting right now. Timur Lipski, the young gun, the up-and-coming superstar, on the handbrake, ready to go. Waits for Klimt van Oort. Oh. And the door flies open on Klimt van Oort's car. And Klimt van Oort throws his hands in the air. Oh, and he's out of the car. Klimt van Oort slams the door shut on the car, walks away. And Klimt van Oort looks like he's surrendering in competition. Oh, and Klimt van Oort, has he just... Yeah, look at this. Klimt van Oort walks away and leaves the car on the line. And Timur Lipski sits on the line in absolute disbelief. And wow, what a weekend for the Dutch team as Klimt van Oort throws his helmet inside the car and says, well, that's the end of that. Wow, what a turn of events. Klimt van Oort and the Dutch team have had absolutely no luck out here in the Middle East, and my heart absolutely breaks for these guys. They are two of the nicest Dutch drivers I have ever met, and unfortunately these two guys have had no end of problems since they arrived in the Middle East. And Klimt van Oort, your round one winner, goes out in top 16 due to mechanical failure, handing the win to Timur Lipski. And Timur Lipski, of course, as you see, breaks the start line, drives through. And Clint Van Aert will get recovered off track. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back in a few moments' time with more action here at round 3, the final round of the 2022 OIDC Championship. Here we go, back on the line. Next battle of our top 16. Competition steps up. It will be, of course, Lavrovsky to take on Mohamed Al-Jabir. And of course, for yous wondering what is going on, Jabir got the bye against Sebastian Fontaine. He now sits on the line in top 16 to take on Rostislav Lavrovsky, the fastest man around this circuit. What has Jabir got? Can he hang with the Ukrainian driver? And doesn't look like he's got anything at the moment. And Lavrovsky up and gone, as Jabir just can't seem to find any pace in that 350Z, as Lavrovsky gets the job done across the line. So Lavrovsky getting the job done as always. And Lavrovsky looking real strong, fast as always, the Ukrainian driver out front. Unfortunately, Jabir getting that bye from Sebastian Fontaine. Just doesn't seem to have the pace in the car. What does Mohamed Al-Jabir from Qatar do in the lead position? We're about to find out. Rostislav now to chase down Jabir for a spot in the Grade 8 awaits. Well, here we go, off the line. Mohamed Al-Jabir to lead out Rostislav Lavrovsky. And Lavrovsky, we've said it before, we'll say it again, one of the fastest guys around this circuit. Oh, and he's going to struggle with a little bit of pace here, is Lavrovsky. He's going to be overly gripped up. And he balanced that 2JZ GT86 on the back bumper of that V8 350Z. Lavrovsky finds himself on the outside edge of the circuit in the wrong place. Lavrovsky needs to reassert himself, think about what he's doing, pull his socks up, get himself back in the zone, as Lavrovsky does get himself back into the zone. Across the line goes Lavrovsky. Well, quick replay, show you what you guys have missed. Lavrovsky way on the wrong part of the circuit there, down the back end. Judge will be taking a look at that. But still, for me, Lavrovsky, the stronger contender. A lot more mistakes in the lead run from Mohamed Al-Jabir. And we await to get that decision. Rarachowski happy as ever. And there we go. Rostislav Rarachowski gets the win. So Rarachowski gets the win, advances through into the Great 8. So Rarachowski makes his way off the circuit back to the paddock, and we move it along to our next battle in top 16. It will be Al-Hassani to take on, it will be Andreas Vasiliaskas to take on Chihab. So Vasiliaskas to take on Mohamed Chihab. Well, they get the thumbs up all round. Vasiliaskas to lead out Chihab. That Pro Drift Academy Corvette C6. Whoa! Wow! Wild flick from Vasiliaskas, but Chihab gets into him and Vasiliaskas spins. Did they make contact? Did they make contact? That is the question asked right now. Here we go. Look at this though from Vasiliaskas. Crosses that midline. And even though that midline is only halfway down, it does extend theoretically all the way back to the start line. So we await to find out what happens here. So here we go. Here's the replay from a different camera angle. Very aggressive initiation from Benedictus Scherber. I don't think there was contact. Very aggressive initiation, from Andreas Vasiliaskas. I don't think that Mohamed Chihab hit Vasiliaskas. Oh, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that there was contact there. Mohamed Chihab, he has pulled himself into that lead position. I think that was just purely an over-rotation from Vasiliaskas. So, do we know if Vasiliaskas has a competition timeout or it is... Here we go, alternative camera angle. Oh, I'm going to say they didn't hit. There was no contact. That's where I sit with it. I don't know about you guys on Instagram, YouTube and Facebook. I don't think there's any contact personally. There is a clock running. Is this a 5-minute rule? Is this a competition timeout? That is what the question. A lot of people saying there was a hit. A lot of people saying there wasn't contact. So a lot of people saying you can see it. You can see the contact. A lot of people saying no contact. Well, completely split in the comments. And I'm guessing this one, well, ladies and gentlemen, only comes down to the judges. Only the judges can determine who was at fault. I don't think it was as clear as what you believe. I don't believe there was contact. I think that Vasiliaskas, who has already told me he struggled with tyres, over-rotated. So, looking back again, another alternative angle. Well, here we go. They are back on the line, ready to go. And it will be Vasiliaskas now to chase down Mohamed Chiab for a spot in the Great Eight awaits to battle Rostislav Lavrovsky. See, the problem I have with this, ladies and gentlemen, is the Vasiliaskas was off throttle. And when he gets hit, he gets back on throttle and lights the tyres back up again. That's where I lay with it. That's all I'm saying. Watch this. And I agree. There is contact on the door. But watch this. Off throttle. Watch the rear wheels of Vasiliaskas' car. So he gets hit. Fine. Off throttle. So he gets a little nudge. A little nudge. Nothing. Just a little contact on the door. He stays drifting. Then, watch the rear wheels. They miraculously slow down. And then he spins. Who knows? Who knows? Well, all I do know is that drivers were told in the driver's briefing not to dive. If you felt that you could keep control of it, keep going. But if you felt like you could, if it was too much, then, well, who knows how the judges are looking at this one. I wonder if the judges deem that the contact wasn't enough. Or does this swing in the benefit of Andreas Vasiliaskas? The roles have reversed. Mohamed Chiab sits in the lead position for Andreas Vasiliaskas to give chase. Here we go, second half of the battle underway. Mohamed Chiab to lead out Andreas Vasiliaskas. Big flick in from Mohamed Chiab. He's way off track. Two wheels dropped off the backside of the circuit now as Chiab tries to stay in it. Vasiliaskas on the door. Vasiliaskas tucks himself right up on the inside, almost makes contact as he forces Chiab to go super wide. Vasiliaskas goes even wider again as he carries some crazy angle through that bottom corner. Looks for the transition back, and now Vasiliaskas can't seem to find the side of that C6 Corvette as Vasiliaskas looks desperately away at Chiab disappearing. Well, here we go. Both runs completed to a degree. How do the judges see this? And by checking the tyres, I do believe that Vasiliaskas thinks this could potentially be a one more tyre. So, Andreas Vasiliaskas waits anxiously to find the decision. A good friend of mine. We've had some fun over the weekend. And a guy that I've looked up to in drifting for quite a while now, in European drifting, but out do the judges see his fate lane. You can see the contact on the door from Mohamed Chiab to Andreas Vasiliaskas. And Mohamed Chiab there just taking a look at the tag on the door. So here we go. Look back at the replay. Andreas Vasiliaskas keeps the two rear wheels in the outside zone. You can see Chiab clearly dropping wheels over. So decision still not in from our judges. And you can clearly see where Mohamed Chiab hit Andreas Vasiliaskas on the door. So look back at another replay again. You can see there from that angle, no tyre mark, and there a tyre mark. So the contact. Now judges just need to see whether that contact was enough to put Vasiliaskas into a spin. You can see the car wobble. Wow. We're about to find out who is going to go through into the Great 8. Will it be Vasiliaskas or will it be Mohamed Chiab? For me, that aggression there, though, judges said that the lead car wasn't to cross that line. So, was Vasiliaskas already at a deficit before the contact? And you can clearly see there how far over Andreas Vasiliaskas was on that initiation. It was clearly stated in the driver's briefing that you weren't to cross that line on initiation. You'd be heavily penalised. Well, a very, very difficult decision for our judges, and everybody has their own opinion, including myself. That is the perks of being a commentator, of course. Not to bring you all the action, but to give you my personal opinion of how I see things playing out. Well, looks like we may have a decision. Who takes it through to the Great 8? And there we go. Mohamed Chiab gets the win and takes down Andreas Vasiliaskas. And unfortunately, we can't talk to our judges. Otherwise, we would get the breakdown of that one. But an interesting turn of events here in Oman as Vasiliaskas gets knocked out of competition. Go back on the line. So, we are currently looking at on the line a Clint Van Ort and a Timo Lipski. Timo Lipski now going back towards the paddock to warm his tyres. So, did Clint Van Ort opt to take a 5-minute rule? So, yeah. Does look like Clint Van Ort gets that car fixed and back on the line, ready to go. Here we go. It will be battle for a place in the Grade 8. Clint Van Ort fires that car into the outside zone. Timo Lipski looks for the side of that S14 as Clint Van Ort hammers the accelerator through the floor. Anger running through the veins in this man's body right now as Clint Van Ort transitions back once again. Timo Lipski bounces and hops across into the outside zone. Goes Clint Van Ort as Lipski looks for the back bumper. They get themselves back into it. A transition across the circuit as Clint Van Ort fires into the outside zone and Timo Lipski looks for the back bumper across the line. So here we go, looking back at the replay. Some nice runs from both of these guys. You can see Timo Lipski doing a good job in that chase position. And there we go, back to the start line they go. So, we kind of counted Clint Van Ort out of the fight and gave the win to Timo Lipski. Lack of information down here in the judging booth. In the commentary booth, sorry. And back on the line they go. Clint Van Ort to chase down Timo Lipski. This is for a spot in the Grade 8. The final spot awaits. Through the start line goes Timo Lipski, hammers through the gears, the youngest property in Ukrainian drifting, fires in that E46 BMW. Clint Van Ort shallows up the angle, goes for the dive on the door, certainly makes it sick. As Timo Lipski absolutely squeezes every inch out of that tyre, out of that track he can, as Clint Van Ort looks to try and hunt down the young Ukrainian. Can he get there? He's going to shortcut the circuit if he even tries to remotely gain some proximity back. Timo Lipski gets himself into the outside zone. Here comes Clint Van Ort. On the door goes Clint Van Ort as he puts the wheel to the door. So there we go, tidy run from both those guys. Who's going to take it through into the Grade 8? Will it be Timo Lipski? Will it be Clint Van Ort? Clint Van Ort gets that car fixed. Back on the line, ready to rock and roll. Here we go, decisions in. Clint Van Ort gets the win. And Clint Van Ort gets the win, advances through into the Grade 8. And there we go, top 16 decided. So there we go. Top 16 decided. Grade 8 ready to go. First battle will be Ali Maxied to take on Martin Richards. After that, Daham Scherber. Bagsy versus Van Oort. Lavrovsky versus Chihab. So we're going to have a 5-minute break and we'll be back with our Grade 8 here at the final round of the 2022 OIDC.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. My heart on my sleeve. Stress, shield my greed. That's how I get it. Success ain't no given. Some days I don't eat, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. Down, wonder when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know that's because I've been in it. I don't need to brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. But some family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem. I ain't perfect. Let them watch me elevating. Got them nauseous. Cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the housing. Woo! Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Woo! Watch out, set it up, bet you I shut it down. Watch out, get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner. Got a finger on the pin on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare. I'm a line, but the winner about the cage. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah.
Second round and I am first. It's amazing. I am feeling it's very amazing.
بشكر الجمعية العمانية على البطولة هاي الرائعة اللي بيعملوها بالشرق الأوسط وبيعطونا الفرصة لنقدر ننافس مع أبطال العالم وأبطال الشرق الأوسط. استنونا بالجولة الثالثة وإن شاء الله نجيب المركز الأول.
Round 3, see you soon.
Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy, on a roll, here we go, yeah we win. winning by a landslide. Never see me coming, I'm a landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command like. Yeah, you about to see me on demand like. You know I'm the man. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a string, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream, never coming for the bag. Yeah, and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. My heart on my sleeve. Shield my greed. That's how I get it. Success ain't no giving. Some days I don't eat, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. Down, wonder when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know that's because I've been in it. I don't need to brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. But some family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem. I ain't perfect. Let them watch me elevating. Got them nauseous. Cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the house. And woo. Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Woo. Watch out, set it up, bet you I shut it down, watch out, get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the one that got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare. I'm a line, but the one up on the cage. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and here we go. Grade 8 is underway. And the first battle of our Grade 8 will be one that we're going to revisit for round 3. It was one we see in round 2, and this one was hot and heavy. It will be Ali Maxied to chase down Martin Richards. These two contenders went head-to-head multiple times at round 2. Can they get it done cleanly at round 3? Looks like a good job so far. Richards deep in the outside zone. Nice transition. Maxied onto the back bumper, onto the side. Oh, lose a little bit of ground as the car backfires. Maxied now waits to get himself back into it. As you can see him on the left foot brake. Dials that car in, drops a wheel on the inside, slows the car down. Richards deep into that final outside zone. Onto the wall and across the line. On the door goes Maxied and Richards. So, nicely done from Martin Richards and Ali Maxied. And Richards doing a very nice job. You can see Maxied's car just had a little stall up, a little backfire there, a little puff of black smoke at the back of that GTA 6. And just held Maxied back for a second, but he does drop a wheel on the inside edge of the circuit there, trying to gain some lost ground with Martin Richards. Richards does a very good job in that lead position. So we swap them around. Maxied now to lead, Richards to give chase. And we wait for Richards to get back to the line. There we go, Richards pulls back to the line. Ali Maxied to lead, Martin Richards to give chase. Driftworks, Valino Tyres, Halt Tech, ECU, Nissan Skyline sits on the line. The cool as a cucumber, hot as a habanero. Martin Richards to chase down Ali Maxied. Maxied, big aggression, goes for the big flick. Keeps his own side of the track, gets himself in the outside zone, opens the door for Richards. Richards on the door, looks down the side of that 2JZ GT86 and Richards and Maxied, no messing around. They're going to get a clear run and a fair battle at it this time as Richards gets super close to the back end of that 86. Incredible line for Richards there as he hunts down Ali Maxied's GT86, a little lost ground as Maxied goes super wide, but Richards cuts across the circuit, gets the proximity back, gets on the door and across the line. Wow. So these two guys going at it once again, Ali Maxied and Martin Richards. Clean battle this time. No contact, no messing around. Richards super close there on that transition as he comes down to that wall. This is the only point where Richards lost a little bit of ground. You can see Maxied absolutely flies away. And 86 sticks that rear wheel to that line. You can see Richards having to cut the course. Maxied's rear brake's almost on fire from left foot braking. And here we go. We wait to see who gets the win, moves through to the final four. Will it be Richards? Will it be Maxied? Or will it be a one more time? Oh, and it's going to be a one more time. A one more time. And these two guys can't cut a break. They seem to get themselves into these one more times every single time they battle. So there we go. Richards and Maxied take themselves off the track. And we go back to the start line. Another exciting battle. It is, of course, Al-Daham to take on Benediktas Scherber. Daham on form. Let's see what he's got against Benediktas Scherber. Both guys fighting for the championship. Nice initiation from Daham. Benediktas Scherber shallows up the angle, dives across the circuit looking for the door. Daham opens up the throttle and starts to drive away. Benediktas Scherber lost in the smoke as big separation opens up. Daham absolutely screams through the circuit, picks up the front wheel. Benediktas Scherber just cannot seem to get himself in the mix as Daham fires the Red Bull S14A through the circuit and across the line. Look at Daham, absolutely flying. Benediktas Scherber is a man on a run right now, but there is no way that that car can stay with the pace of Daham's S14. Look at Daham's car picking up the front tyre as he transitions across the circuit. Absolutely breathtaking pace and grip in that S14. And Scherber does a good job, but Daham, flawless. So here we go. Back to the line. Daham to chase down Benediktas Scherber. And there we go. Scherber pulls himself into that lead position. Daham to give chase. And Daham looking to get himself into that final four. Here we go. Through the start line they come down through. Daham tucks himself into the back bumper onto the side of that E36 BMW. All shallows up the angle. As Benediktas Scherber now starts to find the groove, gets himself into it, stands on the accelerator, but Daham's right with him, almost gets himself caught up. No, Benediktas Scherber puts two wheels on the inside of the circuit. Judges would have seen that. As Daham keeps himself balanced perfectly on the side of that E36 BMW. Through the smoke comes Daham as he looks once again to glue himself in position as Daham rides the door of Benediktas Scherber across the line. So here we go. Look at this. A few little wobbles from Al-Daham. But watch this from Benedictus Scherber as he comes from the outside of the circuit. Look at this. 2 wheels, almost 3 wheels on the inside edge of the circuit. Judges will be marking Scherber down. Could this be it? The chink in the armour for Benedictus Scherber. Could we see our current points and championship leader out of competition? Well, Al-Daham would love nothing more. Decisions in. Daham gets the win. And Scherber falls from competition. There we go. Daham gets the win. And Daham looking incredible so far this season. He makes his way back to the paddock to get himself ready to play for a spot in the final. But who will he be fighting against? Will it be Maxied? Will it be Richards? That one yet to be decided. So we await to find out what battle we will run to next. Will it be the Maxied Richards battle? Will it be Bagsy Van Oort? And time will tell. I have a feeling that we will try and get the Maxied Richards battle done first. Well, I think this answers a question that we didn't know we was going to have. It will be Rostislav Rarahovsky to take on Mohamed Chiab. So we've jumped across a battle once again. And unfortunately, Bagsy Van Oort, maybe Van Oort's car needing a little bit of attention. So we await to find out the outcome of what that situation is. Right about now, it should be Rostislav Rarahovsky to take on Mohamed Chiab for a spot in the final 4 awaits. Just one position filled so far. Daham in the final 4. Who will the next contestant be? Will it be Chiab from the UAE? Will it be Rostislav from Ukraine? Well, here we go. We await for the lights to illuminate and disappear, and then we will send these guys off the line. You can see that red light waiting to go. There we go. Amber and green, and we are good to go. Chiab to chase down Rostislav for the spot in the final 4. Nice initiation. Rostislav way down on the inside of the circuit, though. Bleeding points away so far is Ukrainian. Massive mistakes from Rostislav as Chiab holds back and lets Rostislav make mistakes. Oh, Chiab puts himself into the wall as Rostislav now tries to complete the run, drops the wheel on the outside edge of the circuit, and Chiab completes the run. Well, fireworks this evening. Look at this. Real scrappy lead run from Rarahovsky as Rarahovsky struggles with some sort of problem with the car. But watch Chihab in the background. Boom, hits the wall, shuts it down. And I don't even know anymore what is going on here in this competition. So, Rostislav Rorohovsky makes his way to the line, to the chase position. Rorohovsky on the line, ready to go. Do we have a Mohamed Chihab? Oh, and looks like he has a D bead. So you can see the panic down there in the back end of the paddock as guys tried to get the wheel changed for Mohamed Chihab. Only one wheel allowed to be changed, only the wheel with a D bead. And it looks like he will be okay to continue. So Mohamed Chihab, you can see there trying to direct everyone to what needs to be done. But he's being directed back into the car to get himself buckled up and ready for action. So Mohamed Chihab, we await for his return back to the start line. We do have Rorohovsky waiting to go in that chase position. So it looks like it was just potentially a D bead, which is why he got dragged into the tyre wall. And there we go. Mohamed Chihab gets himself back towards the back end of the grid. And Mohamed Chihab will now warm up that tyre on the rear tyres and the front tyres on that car. Get himself over to the start line to lead out Rostislav Rorohovsky. So here he comes. Mohamed Chihab pulls to the line to lead out Rostislav Rorohovsky for a spot in the final four awaits. But I do believe this is potentially a 10-0 deficit for Chihab. Rorohovsky did finish out the run. Well, here we go. Tyre smoked off the line. Big flick across the circuit for Chihab as he throws a wheel on the outside edge of the circuit. Chihab now absolutely hammers down. Looks down the wall for the outside zone. Rorohovsky still with him though. As they transition back, Rorohovsky looks for that front clipping point, collects it perfectly as Rorohovsky makes a big dive up to the side of that C6 Corvette, tucks the front end of the 86 right where it shouldn't be as Rorohovsky gets up close and personal with the rear wheel. Now moves it down towards the door as Rorohovsky gets himself right in position. There we go, Rostislav Rorohovsky is the winner. Rorohovsky gets the win. And he advances through into the final four. Lavrovsky absolutely ecstatic. So Lavrovsky gets himself into the final four. And we move it back to the start line as Mohamed Chiab just goes past the commentary tower. Absolutely killing the rev limiter on his car. So we go back to the start line. It will be, of course, Steve Bagsy, Biagioni to take on Clint Van Oort. We do see Bagsy on the line, and here comes Clint Van Oort. This one gonna be a tough one. Scherber knows that Bagsy still could potentially be in the championship. Clint Van Oort still fighting for some higher spots in the championship. This one an important one. Van Oort needs that car to hold together for any chance of scoring higher than he already is. What can happen here? Who knows? Through they come, down through the gears. Bagsy to lead out Clint Van Oort. This is for championship points right here. Oh, Clint Van Oort, big understeer, wheels off circuit. Bagsy sticks the rear wheel right to the edge of the track as he lights up the tyres. Clint Van Oort tucks on the inside, waits for the transition. Clint Van Oort looks back for Bagsy as he goes wide onto the wall. Clint Van Oort, perfect line up onto the inside as Clint Van Oort once again looks for the side of Bagsy's S13 as Clint Van Oort noses himself onto the front wheel, gives him a rub, and Clint Van Oort pushes Bagsy across the line. Wow, very interesting battle. Clint Van Oort, you can see there, shallows up the angle and then gets himself into it, dials himself up into the door of Bagsy's PS13. Very nice chase driving from Clint Van Oort. A few mistakes, a few little wobbles, but from this point on out, Clint Van Oort does a very, very nice job. A good transition through the smoke. Even gets brave right here. Gives Bagsy a little nudge on the front wheel. And Clint Van Oort gets the job done. So we await both guys to return back to the track. And it looks like Bagsy potentially calling a 5-minute rule. Contact on that front wheel. And that would be a competition timeout, I do believe. So you can see our start line marshal on the radio. And I do believe Bagsy will be trying to get some time to have a look at the car, even if it's not fix it, if there's nothing wrong. But that contact, if there is damaged. As you can see, Clint Van Oort out of the car, talking to Bagsy. So there we go. The start line marshal gives Bagsy the authority and the clearance to leave the track. And now I do believe Bagsy will get a competition timeout to fix that car. So Bagsy goes back to the back end of the circuit to get the car checked over. Clint Van Oort sits on the line. And we now patiently await to find out what goes on as a cameraman disappears in the background to see if he can get some action. And Clint Van Oort, incredible chase from that young man. You're going to need Bagsy to repay the favour to try and seal the deal. As Clint Van Oort says, I'll just leave the car on the start line if there's no one else coming to do battle. So we await for our cameraman to get down the back end of the circuit. You can see Ali Maxied down there, ready to battle, and Martin Richards, and that Driftworks Nissan Skyline R32. And there we go. Does look like Bagsy has a bent steering arm on the car. So, team will be allocated 10 minutes to change that steering arm, if that is what is required. So you can see the team down there trying to work out what is exactly is bent. So there we go. Exciting scenes here in Oman. And this is for a spot in the final four. Bagsy versus Clint Van Aert. We see Bagsy lead. Clint Van Aert put down an incredible chase. We still have the one more time battle between Ali Maxied and Martin Richards. We will leave you with the sights and sounds of the Oman Automobile Association here in Muscat. I'm going to take a few moments to catch my breath, get myself ready for some more top four action. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a minute. There we go. Looks like we are going to move things along. It will be the one more time battle between Richards and Ali Maxied. Martin Richards to lead, Maxied to give chase. Big flick initiation from Richards. He gets himself perfectly into the outside zone. Opens the door for Ali Maxied as Maxied looks for the side of Martin Richards. Driftworks R32 Nissan Skyline. He just can't get there at the moment as Maxied holds off, waits, looks for the dive as Richards goes very deep on the outside zone. Richards foot flat to the floor as he transitions back. Big dive from Maxied, but he overcompensates, just about holds himself into it as Maxied makes a big aggressive dive. Very nice job from Martin Richards in that lead position. Ali Maxied does an incredible job in that chase. Gets the timing of the transitions and the dives perfect as Ali Maxied makes this incredible dive. Just worries a little bit too much about making contact and has to put in a little wobble as he finishes up the run. So straight back to the line they go. And here we go, Maxied to lead, Martin Richards to give chase. Both guys look across, smile and give each other the thumbs up. And both guys hungry for a spot in the final four. This is to battle Al-Daham for a place in the final. Who's going to get it? Look at this from Richards. Incredible so far. Richards not scared. Gets that Skyline all up in the business of Maxied's 86. Drops away a little bit as Maxied squeezes the throttle. Tries to pull away from Richards as Richards goes for a brave dive on the inside. Maxied now starts to pull away as Richard once again makes a dive up into the door. Puts the front end of that Skyline right up in the business. Is he going to go for it again? Of course he is. Richards goes for yet another dive onto the door. Maxied opens the door and Richard takes a step in. Wow. Incredible battle between these two guys. And this is going to come down to a lead-to-lead, chase-to-chase basis. Some very nice driving from Maxied and from Richards. And I wouldn't even want to think about judging this battle. For me, both guys put on a flawless demonstration of drifting. Well, how do the judges see it? Will it be Richards? Will it be Ali Maxied? Will it be one more time again? Richards thinks that Maxied's got it. Maxied thinks that Richards got it. Martin Richards gets the win and gets himself into the final four. And Richards' reaction says it all. Martin Richards has had a pretty rough ride so far. And you know what? I think he'll take that final four spot to battle Al-Daham. So there we go. Martin Richards gets the win in the Driftworks Nissan Skyline R32. Arm out the window, waving to the crowd to say, what a day. And then we hear cars in the background warming up tyres. Oh, that's Ali Maxied finishing off his tyres. As Ali Maxied just finishes off the last of the tyres on the Yokohama 22 Motorsport GT86. So we await to find out the situation down the back end of the circuit. Van Oort making contact with Bagsy, causing a competition timeout. Looks like these guys back at it, ready to go. And Clint Van Oort pulls to the line after giving Bagsy a little nudge on that front wheel. Bagsy had the time to check the car out with the team. And now we'll wait for Bagsy to pull up in the chase position. Now, Clint Van Oort laid down an incredible chase against Bagsy, but the lead line was exactly what the judges were looking for. Second base qualifier, Bagsy gave Clint Van Oort the opportunity for a very nice chase. Now, can Clint Van Oort give Bagsy the lead to chase? Final spot in the final four awaits. Can Bagsy get in the final four once again? We are 30 seconds away from finding out. Here we go. Light goes amber, light goes green. Bagsy to chase down Clint Van Oort. Netherlands versus UK. Monster Energy. ST suspension. PS13 on the back bumper. Bagsy knows he has to give Clint Van Oort the best chase he has in him right now. Bagsy needs to turn it up to 100 if he stands a chance of getting in that final four. Clint Van Oort. Oh, wow! Bagsy almost takes the back end off of Clint Van Oort's car. As Clint Van Oort stays in it, Bagsy gives him a little rub on the door and says, come on, buddy. You want to be up here? Let's party. And look at this as Bagsy now makes another dive. Clint Van Oort out of the outside zone. Bagsy onto the rear corner and across the line. Wow. Wow, that transition from Bagsy was electric. Look at the initiation. Clint Van Oort and Bagsy 110% in there, no messing around. Clint Van Oort knew he had to go hot and heavy, and what a guy, because he pulled it out of the bag. But look at this from Bagsy, boom, transition onto the door, backs out, lets him manoeuvre, gets back in there again, gives him a little tag onto the door. And Clint Van Oort says, well, there's no room for messing around now. This is the time to prove myself as one of the best international drivers this championship has seen. Clint Van Oort has stood on the top step of the podium. Can he get himself into that final four once again? Or will Bagsy find himself in that final four? Both guys ecstatic. And Clint Van Oort very, very happy. It looked like it was all over just a few moments ago. But Clint Van Oort over the moon. So this one could be clear-cut, or it could be a little bit more complex. And Clint Van Oort said, all I could feel was you banging on the door. Clint Van Oort, mind blown at the moment. He's a little bit shocked. So we await the decision to drop in from our judges. Who will take the final spot in the final four? And there we go, Bagsy gets the win Bagsy gets the win, and he says, well, I might have took the win, but Clint Van Aert is one guy. Bagsy gets the win, advances through to the final four once again. And there we go, the final four decided. It will be Richards versus Daham, Bagsy versus Rarahovsky. It's getting hot and heavy in Oman. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We're going to kick off those battles in a few moments' time.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all of it. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. My heart on my sleeve. Stress, shield my greed. That's how I get it. Success ain't no giving. Some days I don't eat, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. They don't want it when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know this because I've been in it. I don't need to brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. But some family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem. I ain't perfect. Let them watch me elevating. Got them nauseous cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the house and whoo. Watch out, get ahead, watch out, get ahead, watch out, get ahead. Watch out, set it up, bet you I shut it down, watch out, get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner, got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare, I'm a line, but the winner about the cage. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah.
Second round and I am first. It's amazing. I am feeling it's very amazing.
بشكر الجمعية العمانية على البطولة هاي الرائعة اللي بيعملوها بالشرق الأوسط وبيعطونا الفرصة لنقدر ننافس مع أبطال العالم وأبطال الشرق الأوسط. استنونا بالجولة الثالثة وإن شاء الله نجيب المركز الأول.
Round 3, see you soon.
Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy. On the road, here we go, yeah we winning by a landslide. Never see me coming on my landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command like. Yeah, you about to see me on demand like. You know on demand. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a string, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream that we're coming for the bag. Yeah, and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. My heart on my sleeve. Shield my greed. That's how I get it. Success ain't no giving. Some days I don't hit, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. Down, wonder when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know that's because I've been in it. I don't need to brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. But some family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem. I ain't perfect. Let them watch me elevating. Got them noxious. Cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the house. And woo. Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Woo. Watch out, set it up, bet you I shut it down, watch out, get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner, got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare, I'm a line, but the winner about the cage. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah.
Second round and I am first. It's amazing. I am feeling it's very amazing.
بشكر الجمعية العمانية على البطولة هاي الرائعة اللي بيعملوها بالشرق الأوسط وبيعطونا الفرصة لنقدر ننافس مع أبطال العالم وأبطال الشرق الأوسط. استنونا بالجولة الثالثة وإن شاء الله نجيب المركز الأول.
Round 3, see you soon.
Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy, on a roll, here we go. Yeah, we winning by a landslide. Never see me coming on my landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command, like, yeah, you about to see me on demand, like, you know on demand. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a stream, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream that we're coming for the bag. Yeah, and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out.
On form since yesterday in practice. Can he do it? Can he get himself to the final? We've been doing the maths, and if Daham and Bagsy go to the final, it will come down to a few points for the championship. Things are looking nervous and tentative out there at the moment. Will Martin Richards do everything he can to try and get himself a spot on the podium? And we await the thumbs up from our judges. We await the green light on the start line. Daham versus Richards. And Ahmed Daham, your third place qualifier, I do believe. I'm going to check. Fourth place qualifier. So there we go. Sorry, we were doing the points. We was having a chat. Kieran Hines just quickly came down to have a quick catch up, a quick word with us before we moved into the final four first battles. And yeah, it is close. Very, very, very close. Now Scherber is out. Now Van Oort is out. Now Hadidi is out. It could be anyone's. Here we go. Off the line we go. Martin Richards starts to jump the start line. Daham looking on form. Richards goes for the front wheel and makes big contact. Daham takes a big hit from Martin Richards as Martin Richards fires in way too hot. Oh, and causes some big damage on the front of that Red Bull S14. So let's take a look. Try and establish what happened here. I think that was just way too much over-aggression from Martin Richards, if I'm honest with you. Ahmed Daham did everything he could to try and evade. Yeah, look, not even on the foot brake. Daham was going for the accelerator. And now Martin Richards sits with a huge weight hanging over his shoulder. So there we go, Martin Richards. Just coming in way too hot. Just wanted to try and see from an alternative angle if Daham was handbraking. No, Daham was on throttle, and that was all Martin Richards' fault. Unfortunately, hate to say it, burns me up inside, but Ahmed Daham was not at fault. That was Martin Richards at fault, coming in a little too hot. There we go, you can see. Flicks it in. God, Martin Richards' car jumps completely all four wheels off the floor. So, judges just taking a look at a replay. So, there we go. That's my point of view anyway. I'm going to put Martin Richards at fault for that one, unfortunately. And Daham will get a competition timeout to fix that car. So there we go, a clear empty start line. Our marshals just having a little workout here, and our judges still relaying over and over this clip. An anticlimax of a run between Martin Richards and Ahmed Daham. So, I'm not going to make too much of a comment because there's a few things I've seen, but I do believe that Ahmed Daham was potentially going off track before he was hit. So was he slowing? I'm not too sure. I put Martin Richards at fault for that one, but so an empty start line awaits, and we await to find out who the judges assess as at fault. There was a few odd scenarios here. Martin Richards was carrying a lot of steam. He was freight training down that start line. But was Ahmed Daham committed? Was he going off already? Was he beginning to slow that car down? Well, we will find out as soon as I get some more information, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get back to you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few moments' time here. Round 3 of the 2022 OIDC. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back, and we've had a little workout and a little talk to the judges, and they're not giving too much away about this situation of who is at fault and who is not at fault. And of course, that's fair. They know I'll only relay that information back to you. But here we go. In the background, we are going to move on to the next battle. It will be Bagsy to take on Rostislav Rarahovsky. And Rarahovsky, the lower qualifier in that chase position. The Ukrainian driver, though, been doing some very nice chase runs. And he is a very fast young man around this circuit. So Bagsy has his work cut out here as Rarahovsky pulls to the line. It's UK versus Ukraine on track and in the commentary tower. It's all to play for right now. It's going to be an absolute shower fest between myself and Grinya. So here we go. Bagsy to lead out Rostislav. Rarahovsky through the gears they come. Rarahovsky dives across the track. Nice initiation from Rarahovsky as he almost gets himself perfectly on the side of Bagsy's car. Rarahovsky washes wide. Rarahovsky washes wide. Can't hold on to it as Bagsy sticks the back end to the wall now. Transitions across the track. Rarahovsky starts to nose that GT86 in on the side of the Monster Energy ST suspension PS13, and Rostislav is right on the door of Bagsy's PS13 as they transition together through the centre of the circuit. Rostislav goes for the front wheel as Rostislav sticks it to the side, and across the line they go. Wow, what a battle between these two guys. Look at this from Rarahovsky, incredible. Just a small mistake here. Watch this from Rarahovsky, just gets a little understeer and the car kind of transitions across the track in a weird kind of washy understeer way. And then from then on out, Rarahovsky finds the pace, finds the proximity, gets himself in the zone. Bagsy on a nice lead line, but Rarahovsky glued to the side of Bagsy's PS13. And Rarahovsky not being shaken as Bagsy puts down an incredible lead line. Rarahovsky right with him. So there we go. Run one done. This is for a spot in the final. And we wait for Bagsy to pull back to the start line. Rarahovsky slots himself into that lead position. So Rostislav Rarahovsky sits on the line. And here we go. Bagsy pulls up to chase him down. Bagsy needs the win. Bagsy needs to be in the final to stand a chance of winning the championship. Here we go. I can hear movement from the judges. Are they ready to rock and roll? And the door flies open. Bagsy starts to circulate a little bit of cool air. The car slam into gear. Bagsy jumps the start line. He knows Rarahovsky's fast. He knows he's got the pace. He knows he's got the grip. Bagsy looks for the back bumper, goes for the door as Rostislav gets himself set up nicely. Bagsy shallows up the angle. Rostislav dials on the angle as the Ukrainian driver absolutely peels away from the wall, and you can see the pace in Rarahovsky's GT86. Bagsy wobbles. Both guys have a moment of shallow angle down towards the wall as Rostislav stands on the accelerator. Come Bagsy find the back end of that GT86 as Rostislav absolutely flies away. Wow, Rostislav, incredible. So let's take a look back at this. Rostislav Rarahovsky, nice job in the outside zone. Fulfills it all the way to the end. Bagsy with him on the back bumper. Rarahovsky, though, through the centre, disappears. Bagsy shallows up massively. Has to think about it for a moment. Gets on the throttle. Finds that GT86 through the smoke. And Rarahovsky gets himself an outside zone and starts to pull car lengths on Bagsy as they cross the line. And Rarahovsky absolutely over the moon. He says, what a battle. What a battle between these two guys. Bagsy's like, man, that thing is so fast. So there we go. Who takes the win? Who moves it through to the final? No one in the final yet. Who makes it through to the final? We await for the decision to drop in. Or is it going to be a one more time? And everyone patiently awaits the decision of the judges. And I'm going to take a quick listen in. Oh, so I can take a listen to the judges and I can hear the judges deliberating. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot of chat about awarding a certain driver an advantage for certain parts of the circuit. And I've got a feeling this could go one more time. And there we go. It is a one more time. So it's going to be a one more time. And it's going to be a one more time. We're going to have to do it again. And it's going to be a one more time. Look at Bagsy. He's like, well, what do we do? So Bagsy and Lavrovsky, they're going to have to go at it again. For a spot in the final awaits. And these two guys now make their way back to the paddock for some fresh tyres and more fuel. So we await to get those two guys prepped and ready to go. And do we return back to the second half of the run between Martin Richards and Al-Daham? Daham obviously given the allotted amount of time to fix his car in a competition timeout, I would say. But as I was reminded earlier by the judges in the driver's briefing, even though a driver is awarded a competition timeout to fix their car, it doesn't always mean they have a 10-0 advantage. So no assumptions here that Martin Richards is completely in the wrong. Obviously, I am just a mere commentator, and the judges are paid to do their job. So the grandstand still full to capacity here tonight, abiding by COVID rules and regulations here in Oman. And we await to find out what is next. Martin Richards obviously damaged two wheels in the contact with Al-Daham. Daham suffering some suspension component failure. Can he get that fixed? Has he got the components? Well, we will find out, and I'll see you back on the line in a few moments' time. Well, so here we go, back in the paddock, back in the action, and you can see Daham's car getting some work done by the team at NMK. Ali Maxied watching on from the sides. You can see a lot of other drivers, a lot of other crew hanging around to see if Daham can get that car fixed. Ahmed Daham out of the car. He does get that competition timeout because contact was made to him from Martin Richards, and you could see Martin Richards' car down there, fresh wheels on it, ready to go. So a hive of activity in the paddock. And we can see there the guys trying to get certain parts of the car changed and fixed and ready to go. Well, exciting times here in Oman. And in not so long, we will find out the first person to make it into the final and potentially the second person to make it into the final. Not one person yet from our final four has managed to get into the final. Daham and Richards crashing out. And Bagsy and Lavrovsky having to go at it again, but that should be a quick turnaround, just cars needing tyres and fuel. And I wonder if we will manage to see Bagsy versus Lavrovsky again before the second half of the run between Richards and Daham. So a lot of activity around Daham's car. Daham in the car now. Oh, and there we go. Bonnet slammed shut. And the guys checking the back end of the car. And a lot of panic going on. So, do believe we are possibly ready to go. Oh, he's got a hand up saying hold the car for a moment. And there we go. He gives him the signal. Back the car out. Daham is ready to go. The door slams shut. Ahmed Daham. Car ready for action. And as of yet, we don't know who is at fault for the contact. So here we go. Ahmed Daham pulls up to the gridding area alongside Martin Richards. And these two guys are ready to go again. Richards goes in to warm up the tyres on the back of that Nissan Skyline R32 Driftworks. Sponsored. As Martin Richards now warms the tyres. Who knows who is at fault in this half of the battle as Richards does a big static burnout. Ready to go. Pulls into the lead position. Daham now to chase down Richards. And you can see in the background there, Bagsy pulls back up to the gridding area. Ready to do battle once again with Rostislav Lavrovsky. And then Lavrovsky pulls up. So we are ready to go. Stacked battles. Richards to lead out Daham. Contact between these two in the first half of the run. Are both cars mechanically sound? Are both drivers mentally prepared? One of these guys is going to enter into the final. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Richards? Is it going to be Daham? Daham, Richards through the gears, down. Daham's hungry, fires up onto the side of the Driftworks R32, then backs out of it, lets Richards, gets himself set up. Richards full throttle through the back end of the circuit, now starts to open up a little lead as Daham looks for the side of the Driftworks skyline, can't seem to find it at the moment as Daham even shallows up the angle. Richards fires it on, full throttle from Martin Richards as he gets himself into the outside zone, and anger powering Martin Richards through as Daham looks hungry for it. There we go, nice initiation. Looked like Daham's a lot closer than what he was until we switched camera angle, and Daham wasn't close to Richards whatsoever. Holding back maybe a little bit as Daham, even on the transitions, just didn't seem to be able to get close to Martin Richards. Martin Richards on an incredible nice lead line. Gets himself into it. Well, there we go, both guys out of the car. The winner will go to the final. The loser will go to the third and fourth place playoff. And there we go. Ahmed Daham gets the win. And Richards goes to the third and fourth place playoff. But who will he be battling? Will he be battling his UK teammate Bagsy? Or will he be battling Rostislav Rarahovsky? Looks like we're going to get that one underway and decided in a couple of moments' time, as both those guys now enter the burnout box to warm up their tyres. Well, there we go. One side of the bracket complete. Daham into the final. Richards into the third and fourth place playoff. Bagsy pulls into the lead position. One of these guys will take the final spot in the final. Will it be Bagsy? Will it be Rarahovsky? Bagsy's front tyre looks incredibly low from my eyes. Bagsy positioned his car at a bit of an angle there in the chicane, maybe looking to make a dart straight out. So there we go, Rarahovsky pulled into position. And it will be Bagsy, the second place qualifier, to lead out Rostislav Rarahovsky for a spot in the final. Awaits UK versus Ukraine. Green light, go. Here we go. Bagsy leads out Rarahovsky. Remember, Rarahovsky took Bagsy to school a little bit on that lead chase run as Bagsy wanders and wavers in that outside zone. Rarahovsky looks for the door, shallows up the angle, too much grip dialed in maybe as Rarahovsky almost cuts his nose off to spite his face. Bagsy gets himself down into the outside zone, now dials himself round to this front clipping point. Rarahovsky still with him, dives through the smoke. Does Rarahovsky as he looks once again for the door, gumps right up on top of it as Rarahovsky takes it to the wheel. Very tidy job from Rostislav Rarahovsky in that chase position. Big wobble there for Bagsy. Has to think about it for a moment. Rarahovsky even makes the same mistake himself. Has to get himself caught up in the moment. Rarahovsky here, very dangerous. Almost gets himself caught. As Bagsy dives back across the track. Separation opens up. Rarahovsky thinks about it. Waits for a second, then makes a nice dive up the inside. And then seals the deal here, as he gets that GT86 right up on the front wheel and the door of that PS13, and across the line they go. Rarahovsky doing an incredible job. So Rarachowski back on the start line in that lead position. Bagsy going to need to really go for gold here. Try and put it all out on there. But Rarachowski's car is incredibly quick. And a lot of drivers mentioning how fast Rarachowski is. As Bagsy pulls to the line. Rarachowski to lead. Bagsy to give chase. Some separation in proximity in the first battle. Left the judges asking the question, who is the best driver? This time Bagsy not messing around, straight into it, down he goes, initiates across the track. Rarachowski out of the outside zone, drops himself into it, Bagsy right with him, jumps up onto the door, Bagsy not scared this time. Rarachowski hits the wall and spins. And Rarachowski gets himself too caught up, makes contact with Bagsy. And Rarachowski was living in the moment. Look at this from Rarachowski, incredible, fires in, goes wide, drops out of the zone, has to wash back in. This is where it kind of goes wrong for Rarachowski. He goes over the white line, he's on the marbles, he catches the tyres, and then there is nowhere for Rarachowski to go. Unfortunately, Rarachowski clips the tyres, puts himself into a spin. And there's a split argument. Grinya's saying congratulations to Team UK, and the Arab team are saying there was contact. I think Rarachowski was 2 wheels off at that point, and you can see it from this angle. You watch Rarachowski, full throttle, big initiation. Watch this, falls out of the outside zone. Rarachowski goes back in again, pulls away from Bagsy, drops wheels on the outside edge of the circuit, catches the tyres. Rarachowski was, too far off the back side of the circuit. There we go. Watch it back in the replay. You can see this. Rarachowski goes wide, comes off throttle. And Rarachowski comes off the throttle. He's way too wide at this point. So, we'll see how the judges deem this one. Who's taking it to the final? Who is going to take it to the 3rd and 4th place playoff? And judges, look at this. You can see Rarachowski tickling the throttle. He's going to go way wide. He had to shut up the angle. And the judge is looking at the replay. Yeah, you can see Rarachowski already wheels off, but I'm not going to, blow too much smoke Team UK's way, just in case Bagsy did make contact. He was at fault. But was Rarachowski...
was 1 centimeter to the wall.
Oh, he was so close, yeah. Well, here we go. Looks like a decision is in. Who's going to take it through to the final? Will it be Bagsy? Will it be Rostislav? Rarachowski... Who will it be? Who will be facing Daham? Bagsy gets the win. Bagsy goes to the final to take on Daham. Martin Richards has to face off against Rostislav Rarachowski. So there we go. Bagsy versus Daham. Richards versus Rarachowski. In a few moments' time, we're going to be going into the first battle, the 3rd and 4th place playoff. Who will be taking the 3rd step on the podium? Who will be taking the top step on the podium? I'm going to rest my voice for a few seconds. We'll catch you guys in a bit.
this ain't no giving. Some days I don't hit, I don't slay. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. Down, wanna when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know this because I've been in it. I don't need to brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. Plus a family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem. I ain't perfect, let them watch me. Elevating, got them nauseous. Cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the housing. Woo! Watch how I get ahead. Watch how I get ahead. Watch how I get ahead. Woo! Watch how I set it up. Bet you I shut it down. Watch how I get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner. Got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare. I'm aligned with the winner about the cage. I need all the wins. Yeah. Ain't no L's. I gotta get a no call and quits. Yeah.
Second round and I am first. It's amazing. I am feeling it's very amazing.
بشكر الجمعية العمانية على البطولة هاي الرائعة اللي بيعملوها بالشرق الأوسط وبيعطونا الفرصة لننافس مع أبطال العالم وأبطال الشرق الأوسط. استنونا بالجولة الثالثة وإن شاء الله نجيب المركز الأول.
Round 3, see you soon.
Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy, on the road, here we go, yeah we winning by a landslide. Never see me coming on my landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command like. Yeah, you about to see me on demand like. You know on demand. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a stream. You ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream that we're coming for the bag. Yeah, and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. this ain't no giving. Some days I don't hit, I don't slay. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. They don't want it when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know this because I've been in it. I don't need to brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. But some family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem. I ain't perfect. Let them watch me elevating. Got them nauseous cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the house and woo. Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Woo. Watch out, set it up. Bet you I shut it down. Watch out, get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner. Got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare. I'm aligned with the winner about the cage. I need all the wins. Yeah. Ain't no L's. I gotta get a no call and quits. Yeah.
Second round and I am first. It's amazing. I am feeling it's very amazing.
بشكر الجمعية العمانية على البطولة هاي الرائعة اللي بيعملوها بالشرق الأوسط وبيعطونا الفرصة لنقدر ننافس مع أبطال العالم وأبطال الشرق الأوسط. استنونا بالجولة الثالثة وإن شاء الله نجيب المركز الأول.
Round 3, see you soon.
Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy, on a roll, here we go, yeah we winning by a landslide. Never see me coming on my landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command like. Yeah, you about to see me on demand like. You know on demand. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a stream. You ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream that we're coming for the bag. Yeah, and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. greed. That's how I get it. Success ain't no giving. Some days I don't eat, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. They don't want it when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know that's because I've been in it. I don't need to brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. But some family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem. I ain't perfect. Let them watch me elevating. Got them nauseous. Cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the house. And woo. Watch how I get it here. Watch how I get it here. Watch how I get it here. Woo. Watch how I set it up. Bet you I shut it down. Watch how I get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner. Got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare. I'm a line, but the winner about the cage. I need all the wins. Yeah. Ain't no L's. I gotta get a no call and quits. Yeah.
Second round and I am first. It's amazing. I am feeling it's very amazing.
بشكر الجمعية العمانية على البطولة هاي الرائعة اللي بيعملوها بالشرق الأوسط وبيعطونا الفرصة لنقدر ننافس مع أبطال العالم وأبطال الشرق الأوسط. استنونا بالجولة الثالثة وإن شاء الله نجيب المركز الأول.
Round 3, see you soon.
Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know, maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy, on the road, here we go, yeah we winning by a landslide, never see me coming on my landmine, yeah I ain't taking orders in command like, yeah you about to see me on demand like, you know on demand, if you ain't know, you about to understand, yeah I got the team by my side, right hand, yeah take it to a string, you ain't seen it like that, yeah and it's the dream, never coming for the bag, yeah and we ain't never going back now, future expedited, now we on the fast track now, they won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now, it's time to act out.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and that means we are ready for our final 4 battles. Of course, you can see him on your screen. It will be Al-Daham to take on Steve Baggsy, Biagioni. And it will be Martin Richards to take on Rostislav Lavrovsky. And of course, as always, we do our 3rd and 4th place playoff first. And we've given all of our drivers adequate amount of time to get their cars prepped, tyres and fuel done. And we hopefully, in a few moments' time, we'll see Lavrovsky and Richards enter the tyre warming area to get that third and fourth place playoff battle done. As we welcome our VVIP for the evening. So there we go, our VVIP sitting back, ready to enjoy the sights and sounds of our top 4 drivers of this event. And as you can see, Grinya giving everyone a wave in the background as So there we go, Martin Richards pulls to the line, ready to do battle. He will lead out Rostislav Lavrovsky. And Martin Richards, a shot here at the podium. He would have been warned by Bagsy, though, how fast Rostislav is. And there we go, Rostislav Lavrovsky, the Ukrainian, pulls alongside Martin Richards. Not much of a bumper left on the front end of that Toyota GT86. Here we go, no messing around, light goes green. Both cars absolutely fly from the start line. Richards to lead out Rostislav as Richards digs deep, puts foot to floor, and it looks like a D-bead. Is it a D-bead? No, it isn't. Richards just running those tyre pressures as low as possible. But Lavrovsky still with him as Richards enters the wall in a big way. Martin Richards parks the car in the wall as Rostislav Lavrovsky finishes up the run. And Martin Richards fires that skyline into the wall. Our marshals straight with him. What went wrong with Martin Richards' car? As you can see, Richards out and he waves to the crowd. Lavrovsky straight over there, no messing around. Where did it go wrong for Richards? Looked like he had a D-beaded tyre at one point. And I believe he did. I believe Richards had a D-bead. Yeah, he did. He had a D-bead on that driver's side. Or did the car shut down? That was a big hit with the wall. So we will find out as Lavrovsky is over there with Martin Richards. And I'm not sure what was going on from different camera angles. It looked like Richards had a D-bead. And I don't know whether he did or not. That driver's side from the UK. Rear tyre looked like it was off the bead maybe. And you can see Martin Richards. I'm going to go as far ahead as saying that he's not going to get that car repaired within a 5-minute rule. But Martin Richards still smiling. And Martin Richards out of the car. So we will watch this one unfold and try and find out exactly what happened to Martin Richards after the final battle, ladies and gentlemen. I will be leaving the commentary tower. I will be making my way with Grinya out on track and Habib to talk to the drivers and bring you a little bit of entertainment, have a chat with them, see how they found the event, how they found the last 3 weeks. And of course we have every language covered that are in the Final Four. An English, a Ukrainian, and an Arabic driver. So we will be making our way out on the track, myself, Grudinya and Habib, to talk to those guys, and we'll find out from Martin Richards exactly what happened in that accident. So there we go. As you can see, if you only just joined us, scenes of a recovery going ahead out the back end of the circuit. Martin Richards getting that Driftworks Nissan Skyline R32 into the wall. I'm not quite sure what caused the issue. Looked just like the car took off and pinned it to the wall. Martin Richards not even an option, a chance to slow the car down. And we await for Martin Richards to get that car recovered, as he gives himself and the crowd a round of applause. A round of applause from the crowd as well to say, good show. I do believe that Martin Richards just told the marshal, no, there is no way I'm going to get that car fixed. So he will surrender. And I do believe we will have a Ukrainian on the podium. So we won't make that official just yet, as we see Martin Richards' Nissan Skyline disappear off the circuit, as the tyre wall will get repaired before we will send the final battle of the day. It will be Bagsy versus Al-Daham. And championship points still alive right now. Championship points still needed for both of these guys to try and climb as high as they can on the ladder, with Scherber out, Van Oor out, Hadidi out, Bagsy and Al-Daham will go at it on track to find out who will be the 2022 champion. So there we go. Rostislav Lavrovsky will come off the line and complete his byrun. And he puts in a spin. So there we go. Rostislav Lavrovsky, all he had to do was come off of the start line. And Rostislav Lavrovsky fulfills that. So it will be a podium for Rostislav Lavrovsky, the Ukrainian driver in a 2JZ Toyota GT86. So there we go, Rostislav Lavrovsky. finishes off the last of his tyres before making his way off the circuit and back towards the paddock. So there we go. That rounds out our third and fourth place playoff. We just now need to move to the final, where we will see Bagsy versus Daham. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and that is it. A little bit of fun here at the Muscat Arena at the OAA. The Red Bull DJ playing some music, getting the crowd hyped, ready for the final battle of the night. It is UK's very own Steve Baggsy, Biagioni, and the Monster Energy ST Suspension PS13 going against the one and only, the Red Bull's very own Al-Daham. Al-Daham been on fine form in the last few events, been on incredible form tonight. Can he keep it up? Can he take down Baggsy? Well, this is the lay of the land. We've been keeping this one from you for a few hours now. But Baggsy has to win the battle. He has to take first place tonight to take the championship. If Baggsy doesn't get the win, he will not be crowned the 2022 Oman International Drift Champion. I won't reveal the winner, but I will tell you this. He has to win this battle. No pressure right now. Baggsy on the line. He leads out Daham, the higher qualifier. Baggsy needs to win tonight to take the championship home with him back to the UK. All the pressure in the world right now on Baggsy's shoulders. And Daham, well, he said this is it. This is what he come for. He come for the battle against the best of the best, and he wanted to be in the final, and he did it at round 2, and he took second place. Can he do it again? But can he get first place this time? Here we go. Baggsy to lead out Daham. Daham creeps off the line. We're green. We're good to go. Baggsy through the gears. Daham straight onto the back bumper. Shallows up. Daham drops on the inside. Looks for the side. Goes for the front wheel. Daham hungry. Onto the door. Goes Daham. Baggsy takes it to the wall. Almost takes out the camera as Daham gets smoked out. Daham has a wobble. Daham gets smoked out through the centre of the circuit. Now Baggsy dials on the angle. Daham looks for the door. Once again, Daham looks for the inside. Can he find it? Oh, he's on the inside. Daham makes a mistake again as Baggsy gets himself into the outside zone. Daham finds the door on the rear quarter across the line. They go. Wow. That was the final battle we were looking for. That is what we came for. Look at this from Baggsy and Daham. Incredible stuff. Baggsy very tidy on that qualifying line. Look at this from Daham though. He stalls up, has to wait, get himself back into it. A little lack of proximity there as he thinks about where to position that Red Bull S14 and then pops through here. But look, Will on the inside as Baggsy gets himself into the outside zone. Daham though sees the opening and sticks that car clearly on the door. Nice job from Al-Daham. So here we go, we swap them around, and Daham now to lead out Baggsy. So Baggsy down in the tyre warming area, just getting that car cooled down ever so slightly. Makes his way back to the line. Daham now leads out Baggsy. Baggsy overshooting the start line there, getting a little bit eager already. So Daham, Jordan to lead, Baggsy UK to chase down. This is it. This is for the championship. This is for the final round of the 2022 OIDC. Here we go through Daham, hot and heavy as Baggsy drops in behind. An early initiation from Baggsy. Daham goes 2 wheels off track. Baggsy follows him as Daham brains it back in, brings that car back on circuit. Daham fires through the middle, no wobble this time as Baggsy navigates his way through the smoke. Baggsy shallows up, waits for Daham. He goes deep on the wall as Daham looks to put in an impressive run from the judges. Baggsy dives through the smoke. Daham dials on the angle. Baggsy can't find the proximity. He's out of the outside zone as Baggsy looks for the rear quarter, and across the line they go. Wow. Wow, what a battle. Look at this, Daham way wide on that first outside zone. And ladies and gentlemen, it appears that we have a decision. So myself, Grinya and Habib will be down on track, and we're going to have a chat with these guys to see how they feel. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back very soon.
والاحترام وشكر لكل الجماهير مرة أخرى وثانية وثالثة، لكل الجماهير اللي حضرت اليوم وفي الجولات الماضية من هذه البطولة. بالتالي أحمد دحام وصل، تحية لأحمد دحام. أحمد دحام وصل، جماهيرك يا دحام تنتظرك، جماهير أحمد دحام تنتظر أحمد دحام اللي وصل بالسلامة. أحمد دحام قالها انتظرونا على الجولة الثالثة وإن شاء الله في المركز الأول. حبيبي يا أحمد، ولد هلا حبيبي، تسلم، يعطيك العافية شباب.
Ahmed Daham, what an incredible day today. You've been driving, I mean, 110%. I spoke to every driver and everybody told me you were a force to be reckoned with. You looked amazing. It was amazing to watch. How did you feel about that?
Oh man, I feel amazed, so pumped, man. Yeah, you can see the adrenaline rush is still in me. The thing is, with this, whoever wins this is going to win the championship. So it was like a huge final. I'm always happy to battle with Bugsy, and hopefully we'll know the results in a bit.
Yeah, it won't be long. I'm going to let you do that in Arabic as well for everybody here.
أحمد دحام كثير عالم. I don't know how to translate. أحمد جمهورك أكيد المايك عندك كل كلمة عندك.
أول شيء بحب أشكر الجمهور كل اللي كان هون صراحة، صوتهم طالع من جوا السيارة يعني، يعطيكم العافية كل حدا موجود هون. والحمد لله طلعنا بوديوم وان شاء الله نكون الاول، لسه مش عارفين النتيجه يعني ان شاء الله. وكمان مره بحب اشكر الجمعيه العمانيه على البطوله هاي اللي بتقدم لنا اياها، وكمان مره الجمهور يعطيكم العافيه.
والله احمد قالها في المقابله ذاك اليوم، انا انتظرونا في الجوله الثالثه وان شاء الله نكون في الاول، وان شاء الله تكمل مع ان شاء الله اليوم. وايضا ستيف باكزي هناك موجود ايضا يستاهل. ستيف باكزي.
Sorry, Baxi, a little bit later. Hello, everybody. My name is Alexander Grinchuk. I am Russian-speaking commentator, and well, we have Ukrainian at the podium. Rostislav Rogovsky, come here, and we'll talk a little bit in Russian-Ukrainian. Ростик, единственный вопрос. Когда ты понял, что уже терять нечего? Потому что я понял по твоему настроению, по твоей езде, как это произошло и когда.
Ну, я на українському, якщо що. Насправді я скажу одне, що погано, що я цього не зрозумів ще на другому і першому етапі. І цей раз я їхав, як нас кажуть, на всі бабки.
Okay, so now I need to translate. Well, as I know this driver, I have only one question for him. At what point he understood that there is nothing to lose and he can do anything at the track, and he says that he's so sorry that he didn't understand that at the second round. And for now, Rostislav Rogovsky, third place, and one more for our audience. Украина и русскоязычная дрифт-комьюнити, спасибо вам огромное, что смотрите, что присоединились к нам, и благодаря вашей поддержке Ростислав Роговский третье место. So third place, Rostislav Rogovsky, Ukraine.
تحية للمتسابق الأوكراني روستسلاف راروسكي، برافو. زميلنا طبعا المعلق في باللغة الروسية سأل يعني راروسكي، وبالتالي هذا المتسابق الأوكراني الجميل. اليوم الجمعية قاعد تنقل لكم هذه النقل المباشر باللغة العربية، باللغة الإنجليزية، وكذلك باللغة الروسية مع زملائي. Jan, you can ask the
Well, yeah, of
Martin
course I'm with the
Maxie.
two English drivers. First off, Martin Richards, are you okay? That was quite an impact.
Yeah, I'm absolutely fine. You know, the safety equipment in these cars is really good now, and yeah, I still don't understand what happened. I transitioned and I just couldn't pull the steering back. I presume, I'm guessing at this stage, we were running a different wheel and tyre on the other side, 255, and I think it just locked on the suspension somewhere, and I was just a passenger at that stage.
Look, I mean, as heartfelt as it is to say sorry that you ended up in that situation, you were on form today. You've had a rough 2 rounds so far, and today it kind of all clicked and you seem to be in the groove. Did you enjoy the circuit? How do you enjoy these Omani spectators, because they raise the roof every single time you guys take out on track?
Yeah, I absolutely love competing in this championship. Yeah, the 2 rounds didn't go too well, but pulled it back, and honestly, the Omani crowd here, when I crashed over there, they were like, come back, come back, come back, and it's just, I will come back, and we'll see you again next year, hopefully.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Martin Richards wants to come back, and you guys give him a warm welcome. Bagsy, wow, what a championship it has been for you. It looked like it was almost over at round 1, used to taking a hit to each other, but you ended up in 3rd place on the podium. You did it again at round 2. I kind of know where you are for this round, but tell me how today felt in that car.
Yeah, today was just, I took it one battle at a time, just tried to keep my head down, just try and keep focused, and most of all just trying to have fun with it. You know, it's to be out here on the track, it's electric with all these fans here cheering us on, and I've loved every single moment of being in Oman, and I've loved every moment of being on this track, and as Martin said, I can't wait to come back next year, hopefully.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Habib, I do believe it's almost time. I think he's disappeared. There he is. I think it's almost time. Are we ready to go to the podium? You tell me. We are ready?
Of course we are ready. جمهور الكريم، الآن طبعا خلينا نذهب هناك إلى منصة التتويج للتعرف على من هو بطل هذه الجولة وبطل البطولة بشكل عام في الترتيب العام. اليوم عندنا الأبطال أحمد دحام، مارتن ريتشاردز، روستسلاف راروسكي وستيف باكزي. تحية للأبطال الأربعة للدور الأربعة. توب 4 4 الكبار. إذن كل التحية لهؤلاء الأبطال طبعا اللي أمتعونا اليوم حقيقة، وكذلك بالنسبة للأبطال اللي طبعا لم يحالفهم الحظ، وبالتالي لم يستطيعوا طبعا التأهل إلى مراحل متقدمة، ولكن أكيد كل الشكر لكل من شارك وساهم في إنجاح هذه البطولة. جمهور الكريم لا تذهبوا بعيدا، هناك نلتقي عند منصة تتويج للتعرف على الفائز بهذه المرحلة والفائز بالبطولة بشكل عام. شكرا، نلتقي بعد شوي إن شاء الله.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get it, no call it quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. My heart on my sleeve. Shield my greed. That's how I get it. Success ain't no giving. Some days I don't hit, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. They don't want it when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know that's because I've been in it. I don't need to brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. Plus a family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem. I ain't perfect. Let them watch me elevating. Got them nauseous cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the housing. Woo! Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Woo! Watch out, set it up, bet you I shut it down, watch out, get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner, got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare, I'm a line, but the winner about the cage. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get it, no call it quits, yeah.
Second round and I am first. It's amazing. I am feeling it's very amazing.
بشكر الجمعية العمانية على البطولة هاي الرائعة اللي بيعملوها بالشرق الأوسط وبيعطونا الفرصة لنقدر ننافس مع أبطال العالم وأبطال الشرق الأوسط. استنونا بالجولة الثالثة وإن شاء الله نجيب المركز الأول.
Round 3, see you soon.
Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy. On the road, here we go, yeah we winning by a landslide. Never never see me coming, I'm a landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command like, yeah, you about to see me on demand like, you know on demand. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a stream, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream that we're coming for the bag. Yeah, and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. My heart on my sleeve. Shield my greed. That's how I get it. Success ain't no giving. Some days I don't eat, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. They don't want it when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know that's because I've been in it. I don't need to brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. But some family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem. I ain't perfect. Let them watch me elevating. Got them nauseous. Cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the house. And woo. Watch how I get ahead. Watch how I get ahead. Watch how I get ahead. Woo. Watch how I set it up, bet you I shut it down, watch how I get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner, got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare, I'm a line, but the winner about the cage. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah.
Second round and I am first. It's amazing. I am feeling it's very amazing.
بشكر الجمعية العمانية على البطولة هاي الرائعة اللي بيعملوها بالشرق الأوسط وبيعطونا الفرصة لنقدر ننافس مع أبطال العالم وأبطال الشرق الأوسط. استنونا بالجولة الثالثة وإن شاء الله نجيب المركز الأول.
Round 3, see you soon.
Here we go, at the top of the class. here we go, here we go. Yeah, we winning by a landslide. Never see me coming on my landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command like. Yeah, you about to see me on demand like. You know on demand. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a string, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream, never coming for the bad. Yeah, and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get it, no call it quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. My heart on my sleeve. Shield my greed. That's how I get it. Success ain't no giving. Some days I don't eat, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. They don't want it when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know that's because I've been in it. I don't need to brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. Plus a family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem. I ain't perfect. Let them watch me elevating. Got them noxious. Cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the house. And whoo. Watch how I get ahead. Watch how I get ahead. Watch how I get ahead. Woo. Watch how I set it up, bet you I shut it down. Watch how I get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner. Got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare. I'm a line, but the winner about the cage. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get it, no call it quits, yeah.
Second round and I am first. It's amazing. I am feeling it's very amazing.
بشكر الجمعية العمانية على البطولة هاي الرائعة اللي بيعملوها بالشرق الأوسط وبيعطونا الفرصة لنقدر ننافس مع أبطال العالم وأبطال الشرق الأوسط. استنونا بالجولة الثالثة وإن شاء الله نجيب المركز الأول.
Round 3, see you soon.
Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up.
كثير فيها حماس، كثير فيها إثارة، وبالتالي لحظات ونكون مع التتويج، طبعا تتويج الفائزين بهذه المرحلة الثالثة وتتويج الفائز بالبطولة بشكل عام في الترتيب العام للبطولة تحت رعاية سعادة السيد طبعا سعيد بن سلطان البوسعيدي وكيل وزارة الثقافة والرياضة والشباب للثقافة. لحظات وتحضرنا طبعا النتائج الرسمية من لجنة التحكيم وراح نعلن عنها أكيد بعد شوي.
One, two.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. سيداتي أنساتي سادتي الحاضرين هنا، طبعا سعادة السيد سعيد بن سلطان الوسعيدي وكيل وزارة شكرا وكيل وزارة الثقافة والرياضة والشباب للثقافة. أهلا وسهلا بكم راعي الحفل هنا طبعا، وأهلا بسهلا طبعا بكل السادة الحضور الموجودين. الآن أيها السادة طبعا حانت لحظة الحقيقة ولحظة الإعلان عن الفائزين بطبعا هذه الجولة والفائزين بالترتيب العام، وطبعا لمنطقة الشرق الأوسط وللدولي طبعا الدرفت الدولي. So yeah, we'll start with this round.
Yes.
MENA and the international.
So there we go. Yeah, I'll let you call it out, Habib, first, and I will do it in English. So up first is our MENA Championship for this event, our round winners, and they are?
Yep. الفائز بالمركز الثالث على مستوى الشرق الأوسط في هذه الجولة المتسابق أحمد العامري.
Ladies and gentlemen, taking third step on the podium is Ahmed Al-Ameri.
وينك يا أحمد؟ يا بطل أحمد العامري، تحية لأحمد العامري. سمعونا كذا أحلى تحية لأحمد العامري الفائز بالمركز الثالث على مستوى الشرق الأوسط في هذه الجولة الثالثة. والفائز بالمركز الثاني على مستوى الشرق الأوسط في الجولة الثالثة هو المتسابق الكويتي علي مقصيد.
Taking, ladies and gentlemen, taking second step on the MENA Round Championship, here's Ali Maxied.
علي موجود أكيد. وينك يا مقصيد؟ علي موجود أكيد في الكواليس، وهذا هو علي مقصيد يظهر. تحية للمتسابق الكويتي علي مقصيد. برافو. أحلى تحية للمتسابق الكويتي علي مقصيد. والآن مع الفائز بالمركز الأول في فئة الشرق الأوسط لهذه الجولة الثالثة هو المتسابق الأردني أحمد دحام.
Ladies and gentlemen, your round 3 MENA round winner is Ahmed Daham.
برافو. وأحلى تحية لأحمد دحام. برافو.
Ladies and gentlemen, your round 3 MENA.
برافو. أحلى تحية للأبطال أحمد دحام، علي مقصيد، وأحمد العامري. برافو. لننتقل مباشرة لتتويج الفائزين بهذه المرحلة الثالثة على المستوى الدولي. Now with the international for the round 3. الفائز بالمركز الثالث في هذه الجولة الثالثة هو المتسابق روستيسلاف راراهوسكي.
Ladies and gentlemen, taking third step on the international round 3 is Rostislav Rarohovsky.
واحلى تحية للأوكراني روستيسلاف راراهوسكي. والفائز بالمركز الثاني في هذه الجولة الثالثة هو المتسابق الأردني أحمد دحام.
Taking second step on the podium, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Ahmed Daham.
برافو. واحلى تحية لأحمد دحام. يستاهل أحمد. برافو. أما الفائز بالمركز الأول في هذه الجولة الثالثة هو المتسابق البريطاني ستيف باغزي.
Ladies and gentlemen, your round 3 OIDC winner is Steve Bagsy Biagioni.
It is coming, Steve Bagsy, Steve Biagioni. Woo! صوت تذكارية مع راعي المناسبة مع الأبطال ستيف باغزي، أحمد دحام وروسيسلاف رولاوسكي.
Ladies and gentlemen, your round 3 championship winners here at the OIDC. So Habib up next.
Okay, Ahmed, sorry. One group photo again. Yeah, Roلاوسكي. باغزي دحام. إذا صورة جماعية للأبطال الثلاثة المتوجين بهذه الجولة الثالثة. Group photo with the round 3. برافو، تحية للأبطال. الآن طبعا سننتقل للترتيب العام في البطولة، هذه النسخة الرابعة من بطولة عمان الدولية للانجراف 2022، وكالعادة راح نبدأ مع مستوى الشرق الأوسط. على مستوى الشرق الأوسط أيها السادة الكرام، فاز بالمركز الثالث المتسابق العماني هيثم الحديدي.
Ladies and gentlemen, third place in the MENA Championship goes Haytham Al-Hadidi.
وينك يا هيثم؟ موجود، مو مشكلة عادي. واحتل المركز الثاني في الترتيب العام لهذه البطولة على مستوى الشرق الأوسط المتسابق الكويتي علي مقصيد.
Taking second place in the MENA Championship, Ali Maxied.
هذا هو علي مقصيد. برافو، تحية لعلي مقصيد المتوج بالمركز الثاني في الترتيب العام على مستوى الشرق الأوسط. هناك فيما توج بطلا لهذه البطولة على مستوى الشرق الأوسط المتسابق الأردني أحمد دحام.
And ladies and gentlemen, your MENA champion, give it up for Ahmed Daham.
برافو. إذا تحية للأبطال المتوجين على مستوى الشرق الأوسط أحمد دحام، علي مقصيد، وهيثم الحديدي. إذا بعد ما انتهينا من تتويج الفائزين على مستوى الشرق الأوسط، الآن سيتم تتويج الفائزين بهذه النسخة الرابعة من البطولة على المستوى الدولي. وعلى المستوى الدولي لهذه البطولة حل في المركز الثالث المتسابق الأردني أحمد دحام.
And ladies and gentlemen, taking third place in the Oman International Drift Championship, give it up for Ahmed Daham.
برافو ولدنا أحمد دحام. طبعا هذا الترتيب العام لهذه البطولة، النسخة الرابعة من بطولة عمان الدولية للانجراف. برافو، تحية لأحمد دحام ولدن. ثالث. لا، النسخة الرابعة. واحتل المركز الثاني في الترتيب العام لهذه البطولة المتسابق الليتواني بنكتكستاس شيربر.
Ladies and gentlemen, taking second place in the championship, give it up for Benediktas Scherber. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Benediktas Scherber takes second place in the Oman International Drift Championship 2022.
well done شربة. أما الفائز ببطولة هذا العام للموسم الرابع من بطولة عمان الدولية للجراف، البطل هو البريطاني ستيف باغزي.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your new Oman International Drift Championship winner 2022, Bagsy, Steve Bagsy Biagioni.
well done باغزي. well done. إذا بطل هذه النسخة الرابعة هو البريطاني ستيف باغزي.
Well, Habib, what an event, what an absolute honour to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your OIDC International Drift Champions. Bagsy takes the championship, Benediktas Scherber in second place, and then Al-Daham takes third. Well, from me, Habib, it's been an honour. Thank you very much. I'll let it hand out to you.
برافو برافو برافو. تقول التحية لي طبعا باغزي شيربا ودحام الأبطال الثلاثة المتوجون. والآن صورة مع طبعا راعي الحفل. تفضلوا صورة تذكارية. Okay, say the podium for the group photo of the winners, the champions. Wow. إذا دعوة لكل المتسابقين طبعا اللي أخذ صورة جماعية هنا في البوديوم. كل المتسابقين. All the drivers.
All the drivers, please, up for a photo. Yeah, I think most of them have left already. So there we go, our officials now congratulating our champions.
واو. للأمانة هذه النسخة كانت جميلة، هذه النسخة كانت مليئة جدا بالإثارة والحماس والتحدي، دراما، أكشن من الجولة الأولى إلى الجولة الثانية. استمتعت. Personally, I did enjoy all the 3 rounds.
It's been very special. I've been honoured to be back once again, and what an event, what a championship.
They deserve it. يستحقوا الفائزين. كل هذه طبعا الشغل الجميل، كل الأبطال. استمتعنا على مدار 3 جولات بهذه البطولة. صور جماعية مع المنظمين. شكرا لسعادة السيد سعيد بن سلطان البوسعيدي وكيل وزارة الثقافة والرياضة والشباب للثقافة على رعايته لهذا الحفل. شكرا لكل الجماهير الحاضرة، شكرا لكل من ساهم في إنجاح هذه البطولة، شكرا لكم جميعا. نسخة قادمة 5 بإذن الله تعالى سنشهد أن نشوفكم إن شاء الله في النسخة القادمة. What I gonna say that gonna end it. So happy, excited, can't find the word to say, to express. تحية لشباب مارشال زمان.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call to quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick but I'm harder than all of it. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. My heart on my sleeve, stress, shield my greed. That's how I get it, success ain't no given. Some days I don't eat, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. Down on it when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes, the opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know this because I've been in it. I don't need to brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. Plus a family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem, man. Perfect, let them watch me elevating. Got them knocks, cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the house. Woo! Watch out, get it here. Watch out, get it here. Watch out, get it here. Woo! Watch out, set it up. Bet you I shut it down. Watch out, get it win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner. Got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare. I'm aligned with the winner about the cage. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call to quits, yeah.
Second round and I am first. It's amazing. I am feeling it's very amazing.
بشكر الجمعية العمانية على البطولة هاي الرائعة اللي بيعملوها بالشرق الأوسط وبيعطونا الفرصة لننافس مع أبطال العالم وأبطال الشرق الأوسط. استنونا بالجولة الثالثة وإن شاء الله نجيب المركز الأول.
Round 3, see you soon.
Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy, on the road, here we go, here we go. Yeah, we winning by a landslide, never see me coming on my landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command like, yeah, you about to see me on demand like, you know on demand. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a stream, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream, never coming for the bad. Yeah, and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out.